The Leadoff Man, brought to you by Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs.
We are live from Wrigley Field on an absolutely beautiful Sunday afternoon. Shorts weather here on the north side of Chicago. And we're set for the leadoff man on WGN Sports. Today, the winner takes the series as the Cubs host the St. Louis Cardinals. Rubber match from the friendly confines. Welcome to Cubs baseball today. I'm Len Casper. The Cubs with a nice win yesterday after that very bizarre loss on Friday. And it was all about the pitching once again. But, of course, you have to score. And the Cubs were able to do that early for Jason Marquis. And Tony La Russa, Lou Piniella matching up, longtime friends going back to their childhood in Tampa Bay. And Michael Barrett helping out his pitcher with a big 3-run blast in the first inning, giving the Cubs the early lead. Ronnie Cedeno, who had that tough base running play on Friday, got the start yesterday, and he came through, sending one past the bag at first, scoring Mark DeRosa. And just like that, it was 4-0 in the second inning. A little bit later, in the seventh, Ronnie with a solo home run. He has 3 hits on the year, and 2 have left the ballpark. So padding the lead, the Cubs really got all the runs they need in that first inning, because Jason Marquis was outstanding on the mound, got a lot of defensive help as well. Felix P.A. has already flashed a lot of leather. A nice running catch out in center field, and then Ronnie with a spinning move at short. And the throw, and then Will Oman with what you want. An uneventful out and couple of scoreless frames gets the final out on a strikeout. The Cubs win 6-0, and it's their 3rd shutout in a week. Jason Marquis beating his former club. That had to feel really good for Jason Marquis. So it's mostly been about the pitching for the Cubs early on. Wind blowing out today. It might be about the bats. But when we come back, we're going to chat with Cubs pitching coach Larry Rothschild next.
On the next Scrubs.
I wasn't going to that funeral to hit on Jamie. I was going to pay my respects.
JD can't get her out of his head.
Don't even mention Tasty Call My Wife, even though I know she's on your mind.
No, she's not.
Yes, I am.
But when feelings get this intense, you just have to let it out.
I dropped something on my toe.
Next Scrubs. Tonight at 11:30 Eastern.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. It's gonna be all...
Hey, babe. I told you I was having the girls over, remember?
What would Carlos do?
No. I remember you telling me that Linda needs to lose some weight, and that Beth needs to send her hair back to 1982, and that Claire should stop messing with Beth's boyfriend. I remember that.
Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
Great news. Now there's a sale that's good for you and the environment. It's the laundry trade-in sale at Sears. Start saving money and energy today. When you trade in your old washer, we'll give you $100 off any high-efficiency washer, like the Kenmore HE5T, the Oasis, or the Whirlpool Cabrio. If you trade in your old dryer too, we'll give you an extra $75 off the matching dryer. Then save some of your own energy. We'll haul away your old machine and deliver your new one free after mail-in rebate. Now through Friday, Sears.
Switch to Valvoline's Max Life, and there's no telling how long your car will keep going. Max Life not only protects against friction, but also leaks, deposits, and sludge, the 4 major causes of high-mileage engine breakdown. Long live your car.
This is potentially my greatest undertaking ever.
When Lewis pulls his biggest prank,
It's snowing! Come on, man, faster with the ice!
will it snowball out of control?
Sorry, bang!
Even Stevens, tomorrow at 5 Eastern.
Well, Rich Hill leading the major leagues in earned run average, 0.41. He's a little bit more recognizable here in the friendly confines than he might have been last year. Rich continuing to pitch well. The Cubs have 11 quality starts. That's tied for first in the major leagues. When you get a quality start, generally teams win about 69% of their ball games. You look at the Cubs last year and then early on this year, and we know the run scoring is down around baseball, so you would expect the earned run average to be a little bit better. But the Cubs right now ranked 5th in the National League in earned run average. If you can get the bats going, you feel pretty good about a big turnaround here for the Cubs. I had a chance to sit down with Cubs pitching coach Larry Rothschild earlier today. Well, Larry, it's early, but all in all, you have to be pretty pleased with your pitching staff so far.
Well, overall, it's there's been some good outings. It'd be nice to get Carlos going. and a couple of guys out of the bullpen, Scotty Air especially. You saw what he could do the first half of last year, and we'll get him back to that. But overall, I think we've gone about it well. Good game plans and good execution for the most part, and that's what you're after.
Now, Jason has given you credit for tweaking his mechanics a little bit in the offseason. Can you talk about that process? And you saw him pitch before you signed him, right? The Cubs signed him.
Well, he came to Florida early in the offseason, but I think the thing with Jason is he had 2.5 real good years with St. Louis, so it wasn't that he's a pitcher that you had to reconstruct or anything. You just kind of wanted to get him back to being comfortable and seeing the differences of what happened. And I think a lot of it was just getting in a situation where he could be comfortable again. And there were a few small things we did, but he was a good pitcher there for quite a while. So really, I think he came aboard here with something to prove here and has gone about it that way. And as long as we keep him in that frame of mind, I think good things will happen.
And really, this is the first time for you as a pitching coach with the Cubs that you've had 2 lefties in your rotation, pitching the way Lilly and Hill have been. That's been tremendous.
Well, it's been good to see. A left-hander with a good changeup in Major League Baseball has a chance to have a lot of success, and both those guys have used the changeups well. They both have real good curveballs, and you don't see a lot of great curveballs anymore in Major League Baseball, and both of them have very good curveballs. So, and they can throw them for strikes quite a bit, and it makes a difference. I think you saw some of the at-bats off Rich Hill in Atlanta and then off Ted in Cincinnati when he had the curveball going. So they're capable of pitching very well for us for a period of time, and nice pitch mix, able to run the fastball in and get it away when they need to, and have good command of what they needed to do.
A big key going into this season was Ryan Dempster getting back to his 0-5 form, and when you get that 9th inning lockdown, it sets everything else up pretty nicely, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it settles the bullpen down a little bit, and he's come in and thrown the ball very, very well early on, and I think the rest of it will fall into place.
And Wade Miller today, what would you like to see from him?
Well, I'd like to see him get on track, come out early and get through the first couple innings and get settled in and then go from there. We saw Wade last year pitch some good games for us, and the stuff is relatively the same and maybe a little better, so hopefully he can come out and do that today.
Well, Cubs pitchers have surrendered just 2 runs so far in the series. In fact, just 2 runs allowed over the last 3 contests. So they're getting outstanding mound work. We'll talk about Wade Miller and Adam Wainwright will start for the Cardinals coming up.
Okay, class. If you're in the South, you say, "Hey, feller, give me a Bud Light." Hey, feller, give me a Bud Light. In New York, you say, "Hey, give me a Bud Light." You got a problem with that?
Bud Light, you got a problem with that.
In East LA, you say, "Give me a Bud Light, Holmes."
Give me a Bud Light, Holmes.
More importantly, if somebody asks you for a Bud Light, you say, "Don't speak English."
Refreshingly smooth, Bud Light. Always worth it.
Bud Light?
Bud Light.
Bud Light.
Bud Light.
Who's counting on your brakes today? Come to Midas and get brake pads or shoes for just $89.95 per axle installed. Be safe.
Just a Midas touch.
How do we do the soup, salad, and breadsticks lunch at Olive Garden? We start with the salad, then pass around the breadsticks, and finish with the perfect bite.
Our unlimited fresh salad, homemade soup, and warm breadsticks lunch, just $5.95, only at Olive Garden.
For years, man has known about the advantage of twin blades.
Smooth.
Now there's the twin blade advantage from Honda. Twin blades mean finer clippings when mulching to feed your lawn. They also mean more bagging capacity and less emptying. And of course, Honda means it's built to last. The twin blade advantage, exclusively on Honda mowers.
Maybe oil and water don't mix, but oil and blood do. Valvoline, 100 years under the hood.
The top 3 face their toughest competition yet. Plus,
America got it wrong when they voted off Tamira. What should America have done to get it right?
American Idol Rewind.
Tonight at 8 on Superstation WGN.
For the Cubs today, Wade Miller gets his 3rd start of the season. He's given up 9 runs, 7 of which have come over the first 2 innings. Adam Wainwright twirls for the Cardinals, and like Braden Looper, he's jumped out of their bullpen and into the rotation. This will be his 4th start. So it's Wainwright against Miller as the Cubs strive to win their first series at home here in 07 as they take on Albert Pujols and the St. Louis Cardinals on Channel 9.
The leadoff man has been brought to you by Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs.
The road of tomorrow is being created today. From tires that help make your car more fuel efficient and safer, to earth-friendly production and recycling methods, Michelin is striving to help you find a better way forward. Michelin, a better way forward.
At GameFly, our passion for gaming has led us to rent games differently. We think different is better. Choose from thousands of the latest and classic video games delivered right to your door. Keep them as long as you want with no late fees. Then send them back in our prepaid envelope. People think we're crazy to rent games for as low as $8.95 for the first month. We think we're visionaries. Our vision? Make renting easier. Different? Maybe. Smarter? We think so. Go to Gamefly.com and start renting differently.
New low starting price. Product sign rated E through F.
Hey, Cubs fans, keep your eye on the ball. Every time a Cubs player hits a homer at Wrigley, you could be a winner. It's the Southwest Airlines How Far Did It Fly Home Run Contest. After every Cubs homer, write down the distance, along with your name and address, and send it to WGN TV. 10 winners will receive 2 round-trip tickets to any Southwest Airlines destination. For every Cubs homer, ask yourself, how far did it fly? From Southwest Airlines, proud sponsor of the Chicago Cubs.
My Civic is super quick.
My Civic is built to last.
It handles like a total sports car.
It's very fuel efficient.
And when I first saw it, I was like, are you kidding me?
Hey, it's a Honda.
And I hear they've got the best resale value of anyone out there.
Seriously?
Yeah, according to Kelley Blue Book.
I can live with that.
Me too, man.
It's America's favorite teen queen, Lizzie McGuire. Weekday afternoons, only on Superstation WGN. The following is a presentation of WGN Sports.
We are coming to you live from beautiful Wrigley Field. Oh, it's always fun when the Cubs host the St. Louis Cardinals. It's a great rivalry, maybe a friendlier rivalry than some. It's the rubber game today. The Cubs with a nice shutout win yesterday. A beautiful day for baseball, and we have the Cardinals and Cubs right here on WGN Sports. Hi again, everyone. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. It feels like summer, and we're still in April. Just think about it. A week and a half ago, the Cubs were snowed out against Houston. The Cardinals don't like coming here, BB, even though they've been pretty good the last few years. They haven't played well here.
You know, much like the Cubs when they go on the road, the Cardinals travel very well. A lot of St. Louis fans here in town at Wrigley Field for this series, but the Cardinals have not fared well since 01. Coming here to Wrigley Field, hopefully that will continue today.
Yeah, the Cubs beat them 8 out of 10 last year here in the friendly confines, and Michael Barrett loves hitting against St. Louis.
Yeah, it's hard to explain why one player does so well against another team. Sometimes it's a poor scouting report. Sometimes it's just good timing. For whatever reason, the Cub fans are thankful that Michael Barrett saves his best for the Cards.
Well, he hit a 3-run homer yesterday and caught a shutout. That's all you can do back of the plate. Wade Miller will start against Adam Wainwright, and the Cubs want to see a little bit more from Wade today.
Yeah, they need to see a little bit more from Wade. Angel Guzman was sent down to AAA. He had a rough outing, but I think the Cubs are more likely to remember Angel for what he did in the major leagues than what he does in the minor leagues. Miller needs a big outing today.
Adam Wainwright, really not a converted starter because he did this a lot in the minor leagues.
He did an awful lot. He's changed his style somewhat as a starting pitcher. He relies more on his secondary pitches. As a closer, he just used a fastball and a curveball.
Got to keep the ball down today, right? It's an offensive day, it would appear.
If you like to watch offense, stay tuned today. Wind is howling straight out to center field.
All right, we're going to get God Bless America and our anthem today from Patrick Blackwell.
God Bless America, followed by our national anthem.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home sweet Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Well, these two managers have been doing it for a long time. Lou Piniella in his 20th season as a big league skipper. Tony La Russa in year number 29. They'll go head-to-head. Cubs hosting the Cardinals next.
Chicago Cubs baseball, brought to you by refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it. Your Chicagoland Dodge dealers. The Illinois Lottery. No matter how you play the Illinois Lottery. Have a ball. By Pepsi. Your world, your Pepsi. And by Southwest Airlines. Whether you're traveling for business or pleasure, Southwest can get you there with over 3,000 nonstop daily flights to over 60 destinations. Visit southwest.com today.
It's down to the top three. The American Idols are taking you home.
So how you guys feeling?
With exclusive interviews.
I think the only thing that I would change or do differently,
Plus,
Last week, you said that America got it wrong when they voted off Tamira. What should America have done to get it right?
American Idol Rewind.
Tonight at 8 on Superstation WGN.
This new fridge has a touchscreen. I get internet, TV. The coolest part of it is when it's out of Bud Light, it refills itself.
How does it do that?
I don't know.
Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
I don't know how it does it, and I don't care.
Now, see, when people think of Geico, right, they think of car insurance. And of course, saving money. But sometimes that can lead even the savviest driver astray. Take, for example, the motorcycle owner. He calls Geico wanted to save money on his car insurance, only to realise that he doesn't actually own a car. Well, needless to say, he's quite embarrassed, doesn't he? Doesn't matter. Geico insures motorcycles and ATVs as well. That way, no one ends up looking foolish.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Come spring and summer, our yard is our family room. We sleep in there, but we definitely live out here.
I really just like the feeling of the grass.
We like a healthy lawn, and it's got to be durable, and our lawn really is both.
A healthy lawn means that we can get out there, feel comfortable in the grass.
We use Scott's Turf Builder Plus 2. It feeds the lawn, and it kills dandelions.
We hate dandelions. We don't like to have them around.
I got some good old-fashioned grass stains on my pants. That's a sign of a good day. We had a lot of fun. I want to do it again tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's our Scott's lawn.
Well, today's broadcast of Cubs baseball from Wrigley Field right here on WGN Sports, presented in high definition, sponsored by Comcast, and brought to you in 5.1 Dolby surround sound. Gorgeous day today. We don't know what's in store, but I'll tell you what, it's been a strange series. The umpires have been very, very busy.
Dig out your rule books. A lot of strange things happening here at Wrigley Field in this series. The phantom double play, no tag, no touch of the base. Cardinals were all over it. Mark DeRosa tagged out after the fact. Then the sac bunt with Henry Blanco. I don't know if I've seen a more bizarre sacrifice bunt attempt. It appeared initially to be a triple play for the Cardinals. Henry was called out on batter interference. Both runners returned to their bases. The Cubs were unable to push across a run in that inning. Ronnie Cedeno running on ball 4 to Jock Jones. Unfortunately slides past the base. David Eckstein said he's been doing that his whole career, waiting to catch somebody, sliding over the bag, and boom! Larry Young rings him up.
And then yesterday, right there at the end of Mark DeRosa's backswing, that took away a stolen base from Jock Jones. Mark was not called out because it was unintentional, but Angel Hernandez said he interfered with the catcher, and eventually it would become a strike him out, throw him out, double play. So what happens today? We'll find out. Ted Barrett in his 11th year back of the plate. Hernandez over there at third. Carlson at first, the Joliet native, and Larry Young, also from Illinois, is at second base. Let's see how Tony La Russa is going to line up his Cardinals offensively. They have really scuffled in the run scoring department. Aaron Miles in there for Eckstein at short. Chris Duncan in left. Albert Pujols with 6 career homers against today's Cubs starter. Roland Edmonds, Spezio in the middle. Kennedy, Molina, and Wainwright at the bottom.
And here's how the Cubs take the field defensively today behind Wade Miller. Brought to you by Pepsi, your world, your Pepsi. Floyd, PA, and Jones all left-handed hitting outfield today for Lou Piniella. Ramirez, Cedeno, Terrio, and Lee across the infield. The red-hot Michael Barrett, 13 hits, 13 RBIs in his last 12 ball games, will be behind the plate. And the right-hander Wade Miller taking the ball today for the Cubs. It would behoove Wade Miller to keep the ball down today.
It feels like June or July as we sit here getting toward the latter part of April, and nobody's going to complain about it except for maybe a pitcher or two.
I guarantee you the hitters saw those flags and couldn't wait to get dressed and get out on this field and take their hacks with the wind blowing out here at Wrigley today, and blowing out a gale.
Well, each team comes in with 7 wins and 10 defeats. Cubs and Cardinals are tied for 4th in the Central, 3 games back of Milwaukee. The Brewers will be here for a 3-game series starting tomorrow night, and there are tickets available even in the Bud Light bleachers, so come on out this week. And we're set to go, and Wade Miller deals a first pitch strike against Aaron Miles, and we're underway. Miles is a switch hitter. No Eckstein in their lineup. Another fastball at 87, rides high. 75 degrees, the winds out of the southwest at 18. Jones is going to back up, twisting a little bit, still backpedaling, and he has it. There are some days where the pitchers want batters to hit the ball in the air, but as you said, today is not one of those days.
Today is not one of them. This is, we talk about adjustments all the time. Hitters making adjustments to pitchers and defenders making adjustments to the field conditions. And today is a day the pitchers are going to have to make that adjustment, keep the ball down and away from the strength of the hitters.
Here's a guy with a lot of power, Chris Duncan. The kick and the 1-0 is swing and a miss. You saw the number 10 flag high above on the left field foul pole. We want fans to know Ron Santo went into the hospital last night with symptoms of an irregular heartbeat, but he is doing well, feels fine, remains hospitalized for follow-up tests and observation. And we're told his spirits are high and he's looking forward to his return. So hopefully Ronnie will be back in a couple of days. Dave Otto, our good friend, filling in on radio today, and so we'll keep Ronnie in our thoughts today.
Oh, this is the kind of day Ron Santo would love to take his at bats with the wind blowing out of Wrigley Field. Thinking about you, Ronnie.
Absolutely. Get back soon. Two and two on Duncan with Albert Pujols on deck. That's outside, and it's 3-2. And the other part of keeping the ball down is to keep the ball in the strike zone. No freebies. In fact, Ted Lilly the other day, he had a bigger problem with a walk to Edmonds, swing and a miss, than he did the home run to Preston Wilson.
When we talk about keeping the ball down, you can elevate the ball, make no mistake about it. You have to set it up and you need to throw it higher than high. That time Wade Miller goes up above the letters to Chris Duncan, who's a real good low ball hitter, and gets a swinging strike. From our Southwest.com RoboCam. First punch out of the game for Wade Miller. You know, in Wade's last start against the Padres, he very sparingly used that big over-the-top curveball. That's been his signature pitch. See if he incorporates it in the early going today. There it is.
Lou Brock fan, along with the Pujols and Roland Cardinal fans. Miller again on a 1-1. Towering fly out to left center. PA with a flip downs, backing up, and he makes a catch, banging into the wall. And Felix finding out not any padding behind the vines. I hope he's all right. Well, he really banged into that wall as Cliff Floyd with his arm around him as they head back to the dugout. Cubs will come up against Adam Wainwright when we come back.
Got an old buddy waiting for a visit in Washington? Fly Southwest Airlines from Chicago Midway to Baltimore, Washington, or Washington Dulles International for just $59 one way. Purchased by May 17th.
You are now free to move about the country.
My Accord sedan makes perfect sense for me.
You know, I could say the same about my Accord Coupe.
And it gets great gas mileage.
You got that right.
And you know Honda has the best resale value of anyone out there.
Yes, it does.
You mean we agree on everything?
Well, I am kind of partial to bologna on my pizza.
Must be a guy thing.
Get APR financing as low as 2.9% on all new Accords for well-qualified buyers.
Where does it hurt? New Elite liquid gels can make it better.
My neck has been getting really painful.
With a sore back, it's hard to paddle. My knee is where it hurts.
Now for the first time, liquid speed meets Elite strength in new Elite liquid gels. all-day relief for painful joints, backs, and muscles.
My knee's nice and happy again. It's nice and loose. I didn't even think about the pain.
I can focus on that rock.
Where does it hurt? Aleve can make it better liquid fast.
Let's get into Lou Pinella's lineup for today's game. Brought to you by Pepsi. Your world, your Pepsi. Ryan Theriot actually didn't play yesterday for the first time all year. Floyd in left, Lee at first. Ramirez is at third. Barrett catching. Jones in right. Ronnie Cedeno with a couple of home runs this year. Felix P.A. hitting eighth, and Wade Miller batting ninth.
Take a look at the Cardinals defensively. Chris Duncan in left. The perennial Gold Glove winner Jim Edmonds in center field. Scott Spezio getting a start in right today. They go Roland, Miles, Kennedy, and Pujols across the infield. Yadier Molina behind the plate today. For the right-hander, Adam Wainwright.
He finished last year as a Cardinals closer, filling in for Jason Isringhausen, and he was on the mound when every postseason series ended.
I think that's every pitcher's dream,
yep,
to be the guy on the mound when the series ends successfully in your favor.
But a career starter in the minor leagues, and he's back in that role here. That is a fair ball. Past the bullpen mound as Duncan retrieves it, and Ryan Theriot beginning the day with a double. Now it's interesting to note that Alfonso Soriano is expected to be back in the starting lineup tomorrow. So you hope Alfonso is healthy the rest of the year. This might be the final time you see anybody else in the leadoff spot.
Now, Ryan Theriot, once again, much like a week or so ago when he took advantage of Aramis Ramirez being on the shelf with the wrist injury, taking advantage of his time atop this batting order. Leadoff double down into the corner. Good start for the Cubs.
And now as Cliff Floyd digs in, he's playing left. When Soriano returns, he will not be in center. He'll be in left field, which is where he played last year in Washington. And Lou has said with the hamstring injury, there won't be as much running, and it just overall seems to make sense. So it looks like the plan is Soriano will be batting leadoff and playing left indefinitely. So that creates a very interesting scenario at two other spots. Center field, where Felix P.A. has played since Soriano got hurt, and right field, where potentially, if P.A. stays, you have three guys who consider themselves starting players. So we'll see how it all sorts out. And I have another twist, but first a ground ball right to Pujols, and they're going to throw behind a runner, and they get the out at first. So Theriot is safe at second. How about that play? Pujols trying to get Theriot, who is drifting off second base. And they go, what, 3, 6, and 1 to get one out.
Boy, one of the odder looking plays. What else would you expect in this series? Ryan Theriot, I was a little surprised he didn't advance initially on that ball hit to the right side, but Cliff Floyd hit it so hard that Theriot just froze in his tracks. Pujols thought he might have an opportunity to get the out throwing behind Theriot, and heads up play by Miles at shortstop to make the relay throw on to first, and a heads up play by Wainwright to be over there covering. Bizarre.
Par for the course this weekend.
Cue the Twilight Zone music.
So 3-6-1 to get Cliff Floyd. And now Theriot will end up at third. That ball may have hit Ted Barrett. I heard a thud. It didn't necessarily sound like it hit the shin pad of the catcher. It might have gotten behind him.
It looked like a cross-up. Molina going out to have a word with his right-handed starter. Molina, one of the more sure-handed catchers in the game, just doesn't get the glove down, and you're absolutely right. It hit Ted Barrett, the umpire, on the right shin guard. Right through the wickets, right through the 5-hole.
And it's a wild pitch.
Let's take one more look at that Cliff Floyd at bat. Hits an absolute rocket down to Pujols, who's playing extremely deep, but he checks on Theriot right away, who did not advance on contact, and somehow the Cardinals were able to still get the out at first base.
Ooh, he gave him the corner, and Derek didn't like it.
Looked like a little slider on that outside corner. I mentioned at the open of the show that Wainwright, when he pitches out of the bullpen, was basically a two-pitch guy, a fastball and an over-the-top curve, and you can see why Derek was upset. He'll mix in some sliders, he'll mix in some change-ups.
I mean, it looked like it caught the chalk of the left-handed batter's box, but I'm not sure about the plate. Terrio trying to score this time, and Pujols throws him out. I couldn't really tell. There might have been a very slight hesitation on Terrio's part, but he was thrown out by a mile, and there are 2 outs.
More of the base running tutorial going on as we speak. Bobby Dernier is in town to work with some of the Cubs base runners. You'll see Terrio does not react initially. Another hard hit ball to Pujols. Very accurate throw on to Molina, who was not going to allow Ryan Terrio to get anywhere near that plate. Yeah, Bob Dernier's in town to work with some of the Cubs base stealers and all of the Cubs base runners. That'll be in 102. That'll be tomorrow afternoon. We'll work on that.
1 strike on Aramis Ramirez. Just want to follow up the twist to the roster situation with Soriano ready to come back. Is Lou Piniella wants a 12-man pitching staff. Cubs are currently at 11. We can get into the reasons why he wants 12, but that's going to require a roster move. Soriano is not on the disabled list, so that's not the issue. So something will have to give, and the question is going to be, will it be Felix P.A. heading back to Iowa to play every day? Jock Jones could play center if needed. But Felix is going to play every day somewhere, either here or in the minor leagues. Out towards center, and it drops down for the 2nd hit of the inning. So Ramirez starting a new hit streak. He watched his 12-gamer to start the year and his 18-game streak going back to last year end yesterday.
Fights this ball off, uses his strength to muscle it out into shallow center field. Ball got in on him just a little bit. Able to dunk it out there in front of Jim Edmonds. I'll tell you one thing, Felix P.A. is only 2 for 18 in his brief time in the major leagues, but he has really made an impression with his glove in center field. And we know Lou likes defense along with offense, so there'll be some tough decisions to be made in the very near future.
Michael with a 3-run homer in the 1st inning in game 2.
Michael started the season 0 for 11. I mentioned 13 hits, 13 RBI in his last 12 games. 10 of those RBI have come with 2 outs. Money hit. Those 2 out knocks to drive in runs when it looks like the other team is going to get out of a jam.
I saw him around the dugout. I said, nice job yesterday. And he said, thanks. I said, although I hate to just compliment you on your offense. And, you know, his work back of the plate, catching the shutout, that's a huge deal. And he takes it very, very seriously.
Boy, got fat yesterday. 3-run bomb, spotting Jason Marquis, who the only runs he would need in the ball game. Jason Marquis was outstanding, and I'm sure if you talk to him, Jason Marquis would give a lot of credit for his outing yesterday to his catcher, Michael Barrett. When we left here Friday, Michael was sitting in his locker with the DVD player going, watching Jason Marquis start, trying to figure out how he was going to attack his former ball club, and he did an outstanding job yesterday.
Well, he's in a 2-out situation with 2 on, and a 2-1 count. He popped it foul, and it's out of play. And unlike just about every game at home to start the year, where a ball like that would get pushed farther into foul territory, if you're a catcher, you got to make sure, because the wind is going to push everything back toward the field of play. Twos everywhere, 2 on, 2 outs in the 2-2 pitch. Made Michael wince. 3-2.
Curveball that just never took the break from Adam Wainwright over the head of Michael Barrett. Runs the count to full. The runners will be on the move. Find a gap.
Three-two of the runners going, and they are full of Cubs with Jock coming up.
think you saw a sign of the respect that the Cardinals have for Michael Barrett. They certainly know the damage that he's done against them in recent history, and they threw him a 3-2 breaking ball right there for ball 4.
Now, Jock hit a big home run in April last year, his first one as a Cub on a Sunday night. Looking for his first 07 home run. He tied his career high last year with 27.
These are the situations in the early going this year. Jock has been a little overly aggressive, swinging at some pitchers' pitches. Boy, backdoor breaking ball. Very wide, tall strike zone so far from Ted Barrett behind the plate.
The 0-1 delivery. Good slide and block by Molina.
Molina very solid defensively. We talked about it on Friday. Anytime an organization feels willing to part ways with Mike Matheny, you've got to believe that the replacement is equally talented behind home plate.
Back of third, and it's going to drop foul.
That's another one of those little pop-ups a couple days ago. That ball probably would have ended up 3 or 4 rows into the bleachers, but trying to hug that foul line, just tailed off at the very end.
So 2 hits and a walk in the inning. A bizarre 3-6-1 putout. Seen a wild pitch and a guy get gunned down at the plate. 2-2.
Boy, Wainwright has thrown a couple of real good over-the-top curveballs, but he's also hung a couple of them up there above the belt. With the wind blowing out today, that's a very dangerous pitch.
The kick and the 2-2 to Jones. A roller into left. Derek Lee's coming in. Ramirez behind him, and the throw will be cut off. So Jones comes through in the clutch with a 2-run single. It's a kind of inning where you really wanted to get something after getting the leadoff guy on. So the Cubs giving Wade Miller some run support here in the first.
Well, the opportunity to score runs does not pass until you make that third out, and Jock Jones fights one off through that huge hole in the left side of the infield. Ramirez off on contact, scores without a throw to the plate. Good job by the Cubs offense to continue to grind. As long as you've got outs left, you've got a chance to score runs.
There's also a psychological component, I would think, in jumping on a team that has scored just 2 runs in the series and has not gotten it together offensively all year. Jump all over the Cardinals and make them think that it's going to be a long day. However, with the wind blowing out, this could be one of those days. We'll see. A good comeback performance for Ronnie yesterday after getting tagged out when he overslid second base in the 9th inning Friday. Ronnie with a nice defensive play and hit his 2nd home run of the year. Also had a double.
Yeah, he only has 3 hits on the season, but they've been loud hits. 2 homers and a double. And you're right, it was good to see him bounce back. He fully took the blame for sliding over the base at second. Should have taken a peek back to see what the action was at home plate, but came right back yesterday, had a big day.
He strikes out swinging to end the inning. The Cubs get 2. Jock Jones, who had a good year against St. Louis last year, doing it again with that 2-run single.
You're messing with the wrong guy.
We're up to 1 million hits.
Sweet.
Who is it?
Chuck Norris.
Yeah, right.
Hi, can I get a Southwest salad with crispy chicken?
And I want that new thing with the grilled chicken and tortilla strips. You know, it has that real creamy dressing. Oh, and I think some lettuce.
The Southwest salad?
Yes.
So tasty, it's hard to believe McDonald's new Southwest salad is a salad. A warm cilantro lime glazed chicken breast topped with crunchy chili lime tortilla strips and roasted vegetables.
I don't need a bun to feel like a man.
You sure don't.
Who's counting on your brakes today? Come to Midas and get brake pads or shoes for just $89.95 per axle installed. Be safe.
Just a Midas touch.
Chase Freedom. It feels like no other credit card in the world. And it works like no other card, too. Feel free to choose cash back. And then change to points. And then change again, all with the same card and without losing a thing. That's freedom. Chase Freedom. Get it free at chase.com/freedom.
24, Saturdays at 11:30 on Superstation WGN.
A very windy day on the north side. The Cubs lead the Cardinals 2-0. And the winner of this game will have the flag a little bit higher. Tied at 7-10, although the Cubs have the higher flag at the moment. You give the home team the benefit of the doubt when you're tied to somebody else.
Especially when you're tied with the Cardinals.
Especially. Good curveball on Scott Rowland, who is 1 out of 8 in the series. Came in at 200. You saw Pujols was at 203. Jim Edmonds at 191. And a one bouncer's knocked down by Ramirez. Time to throw, but Rowland beat it out. That'll be an infield hit for Scott Rowland.
Miller just didn't quite get that pitch where he wanted it. Wanted it right in on the fist of Scott Rowland on the 0-2 count from our Southwest.com RoboCam. He left it over the plate and a rocket hit to Aramis Ramirez. Somehow knocked it down. By the time he gets it across to Derek Lee, Scott Rowland had beaten it out for an infield base hit.
Jim Edmonds with his first at bat. 10 career hits. And against Wade Miller, 3 have been home runs. And in 38 at bats, he's struck out 12 times and has 11 walks. The Cardinals like Sunday. They have had 2 huge games on Sundays, but haven't done much else. 20 runs on April 8th and the 15th. In their other 15 games combined, they've scored just 30. So they're hitting .343 on Sunday and .201 every other day. There's a drive deep the other way, and Jim Edmonds has tied it 2-2. That is his first home run of the year. That didn't take long as Edmonds with an opposite field home run.
For Jim Edmonds, his 30th home run against the Chicago Cubs, his 16th here at Wrigley Field. Fastball down and out over the plate. This is the kind of day you do not need to pull the ball to get a home run. Anything hit firmly in the air has a chance to get out, and that ball was hit firmly in the air.
So for Edmonds, his first home run in 62 at bats. Spezio with a ground ball, sending Terrio to his right, and he throws him out. So it'll be Adam Kennedy, the left-handed swinging second baseman.
Well, what a day here at the ballpark, though. Maybe not for pitchers, but certainly for the fans and the hitters. First really warm day we've had here at Wrigley Field. Sun shining brightly.
And continuing the theme of the Cardinals' struggles offensively. They had 4 runs all year in the first 2 innings before that 2-run homer by Edmonds. Well, you can't win a lot of ball games that way.
It just puts so much pressure on your starting pitching, especially to try to limit the damage in the early going when you know your offense just isn't on track. We saw that with the Cubs throughout the early part of the season.
So the question I have with the weather, is this just a little tease, or are we gonna be okay?
Yes.
It's still April. Just remember that. Floyd coming over, and he has room to make the catch. 2 outs. Now the key on a day like this, especially because it's April, is that you bring the jacket, because if you don't bring the jacket, the temperature is going to drop by 35 degrees, but if you bring the jacket, we'll be fine.
You'd rather have it and not need it than not have it and wish you did. So, you know, I've got mine right here just in case.
Just in case. Our Snoop Cam back in business today. Molina hitting 8th. And a pitch from Miller. It's that high fastball and just got a piece as he sent it straight back. This is the first time Wade has been able to work on normal rest as the 5th starter. He's been pushed back a couple of times. Another ball in the air. This time it's Jones in right. And the inning is over. 2-run homer, Jim Edmonds. We are tied early on.
Every time they get close, within arm's reach, just a breath away, Jack Bauer is always one step ahead.
Tell me what I want to know is just a question of how much you want it to hurt.
No one can catch him except you. Catch 24 Saturdays at 11:30 Eastern on Superstation WGN. It's the best season yet.
Okay, I've been working on this plan for 3 years, and today's the day.
Okay.
Every Friday, the same Bud Light delivery guy takes the same route past us.
Okay.
You're the only one who can make the leap.
Okay.
When I say go, you jump over, grab some Bud Light, and jump back.
Okay.
Okay, here he comes. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and go.
What'd you say?
Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
Seriously, what'd you say?
For years, man has known about the advantage of twin blades.
Smooth.
Now there's the twin blade advantage from Honda. Twin blades mean finer clippings when mulching to feed your lawn. They also mean more bagging capacity and less emptying. And of course, Honda means it's built to last. The twin blade advantage, exclusively on Honda mowers.
Switch to Valvoline's Max Life, and there's no telling how long your car will keep going. Max Life not only protects against friction, but also leaks, deposits, and sludge, the 4 major causes of high-mileage engine breakdown. Long live your car.
America's funniest home videos, weeknights on Superstation WGN.
2-2 is the score. Felix P.A. really banged into the wall at the end of the top of the first inning.
Still very much a learning curve involved for Felix P.A. He's done a great job up to this point. Playing the tough winds and the tough sun. Gets introduced to the bricks out there underneath the ivy. It doesn't hurt nearly as bad in the big leagues as it would in AAA.
Well said. So as you talked about, he's 2 for 18. Both his hits have been extra base hits. And he lines right at the shortstop, Aaron Miles. And so the question is going to be, what sort of roster move will the Cubs make to add that extra pitcher? And PA now 2 for 19, but clearly has proven to be an above average center fielder.
I don't think there's any doubt he's the best defensive outfielder on the Cubs roster right now. Very instinctive in the outfield. You can watch a guy who's played a lot of outfield and who feels comfortable in the outfield, the way they glide on the ball. Certainly he has the ability to turn on the jets and run those balls down in the gap, but he always seems to take a good line and comfortably gets in position to make the plays.
Pretty neat situation this weekend. Jim Hendry, the Cubs general manager, flew in. Jose Serra and Marino Encarnacion, the guys who are essentially responsible for signing him, as Wade Miller singles to center for his first hit of the year. So the guys who signed Felix P.A. flew in for the weekend. They all had dinner last night. Oneri Flita, Cubs director of player development and Latin American operations, was there, and we got a chance to talk with Jose and Marino briefly before the ball game today. And they're like proud parents, as we talked about earlier in the week.
They really are. I mean, to see how far the young man has come and how much further he will come as he continues to play and get more experience. What a thrill.
Inside Ontario. Well, the 6th annual Meet the Team Have a Ball is Tuesday, May 29th at 2:30. To meet the 2007 Chicago Cubs. Tickets are $300 each, and all proceeds benefit Cubs Care. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com or call 773-404-Cubs. Ontario lifts it into left. Duncan went back and now has to race in and make the catch.
Sound like Ryan got that one off the end of the bat just a little bit. Oh, any ball in the air today, those fans in the bleachers are getting on their feet.
Great day to take a walk, head down to the beach, come to Wrigley Field. Walk down Waveland and Sheffield and wait for a ball to head completely out of the park.
Or if Cliff Floyd gets a hold of one, take a walk down the beach, you get a home run ball.
He takes a healthy cut, and when he squares it up, hits the ball as hard as any big leaguer today. I would say he and Ryan Klesko would be two that would come to mind. Try to hit the ball through people.
When
Gary
he's
Sheffield.
swinging the bat well, he hits line drives that people don't like to get in front of.
Boy, he's off to a slow start with a bat. He was down in the low 100s. Although he continues to take his walks. One and one on Cliff. Swing and a miss. Well, the last time these two guys met up, Wainwright and Floyd, it was in the final game of last year's National League Championship Series. I believe the order went Floyd and then Beltran, as Wainwright struck them both out to wrap up the pennant for St. Louis. Here he comes on a 1-2. It's outside on a heater at 93.
Now, you won't see his fastball always at 93, 94. He's certainly capable of doing that, but as a starting pitcher, he's been adding and subtracting on his fastball. We're told he'll throw his heater anywhere between 87 and 95, depending on the situation. Try to get the hitter a little behind or a little in front. Throws more straight changeups than he ever did when he pitched out of the bullpen. As I mentioned earlier, basically was a fastball curveball guy coming in out of the pen, but as a starting pitcher, he's had to incorporate more sliders, more changeups, and add and subtract on that fastball.
The runner at first is Miller, and Pujols is playing with 1 foot on the outfield grass behind him. Wade will get a head start on the upcoming 3-2 pitch. There he goes. Here's the pitch. We'll do it again.
Good emergency swing there in the 2-strike count. Cliff got fooled a little bit. Wainwright took something off that pitch. May have been a straight changeup, able to extend his swing, just get a piece of it and stay alive, force him to throw another pitch.
Wainwright is ready. And the Next 3-2 freezes Floyd. He knew it. And that's the end of the inning. It is 2-2 as we head to the third.
She's perfect, he's a pest, and they're getting even. Even Stevens, weekday afternoons on Superstation WGN.
What up, P?
Yo, I got an idea.
You know, testing my blood sugar is such a hassle.
Mom, why not make your life easier? Try the Breeze 2 meter. It's the one I use because it has 10 tests in one disc, and I never have to code.
Introducing the new Breeze 2 meter from Bayer. With no coding and now a smaller blood sample and results in 5 seconds. It's easier than ever. Call 800-554-9393 or go online now to get your free Breeze 2 meter, a $65 value.
That sounds a lot easier.
That's easy accuracy. Answered by Bayer.
The road of tomorrow is being created today. From tires that help make your car more fuel efficient and safer, to earth-friendly production and recycling methods, Michelin is striving to help you find a better way forward. Michelin, a better way forward.
If a Cubs player hits a homer today, write down the distance and player's name and send it to WGN TV. You could win 2 round-trip tickets to any Southwest Airlines destination.
Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN Sports from beautiful Wrigley Field is brought to you by refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
Well, Bob, we got an email. I'm wearing a red bracelet today that I've been wearing when I've had short sleeves during spring training. And someone emailed and said, is that a Cardinal bracelet? No, it's not. It says Project 3000, Believe the Unseen. We've talked a lot about Leber's congenital amaurosis, an eye disease with which Derek Lee's daughter, Jada, has been battling for the last 7 or 8 months. And she turned 4 yesterday. So happy belated birthday to Jada Lee. And if you would like one of these bracelets, go to firsttouch.org. It's 1sttouch.org. The other thing is, John Hanley, an artist, has done some prints, some Derek Lee prints. Just incredible. And a portion of the proceeds will also go to Project 3000. So go to firsttouch.org if you would like to purchase one of these limited edition prints. You can also go to John Hanley Artist to order a print. 2-1 on Adam Wainwright, and he fouls off. Also talking with O'Neary Fleeta today, the Cubs are going to have a Project 3000 day at all the minor league stops. And they've gotten some autographed items from Derek, and a Cubs fan had sent O'Neary a Cubs guitar. Did you check this out in the clubhouse?
No, I didn't see it.
It's got the big Cubs logo on it. And it'll end up at Daytona as Miller strikes out Wainwright.
Or it may end up in the trunk of my car if I find it before it makes its way to Daytona.
And the other thing is Ryan Dempster is going to give money for every save this year, and Michael Barrett for every home run he hits.
You know, a lot of that type of thing goes on around baseball and doesn't really get noticed as much as it should. The players you know, especially when some kind of a tragedy affects a teammate or somebody else in the major leagues, the players are usually the first guys to jump on board.
So we'll keep you posted on Jada. She's doing very well, and I know Derek appreciates all the support along with his wife Christina. Miles looked at ball 2, 2-1 the count. Miller seeking his first win, and the Cubs looking for their first home series victory. 3-6 overall here at Wrigley.
With Miles at the plate, the Cubs defensively are playing straight away in center field and right field. But look at Cliff Floyd shaded way over toward that third base line. Once again, this comes from the defensive charts that the Cubs coaching staff prepares before every series. They've tracked every at bat that Miles has had over the last couple of years. Where does he hit the ball depending on what pitch is thrown?
Back of short, it's Cedeno going out, and a nice over-the-shoulder catch.
Well, that's Ronnie's ball all the way. We just showed you where Cliff Floyd was positioned from our Southwest.com RoboCam. Floyd was deep and over toward the line at third. Nobody out there in shallow. Nobody even comes into the picture until after the play's over. Nice running catch by Ronnie, looking back up into the sun.
Fouled away by Duncan. Cardinals have 2 hits. An infield single by Rowland to lead off the second. That was followed up by Jim Edmonds' 2-run homer. Cubs have 4 hits off Adam Wainwright, off the foot of Duncan as it kicks toward Ramirez. There's Dave Duncan, longtime pitching coach, and Chris's dad. Outside, 2-2. And while this rivalry maybe not quite as nasty as the Red Sox Yankees, is still one of the great rivalries, not only in baseball but all of sports. And you have Lou Piniella and Tony La Russa, who've known each other for a long time. But we should point out that Dave Duncan and Gerald Perry probably aren't sending each other any holiday cards. When Perry was a hitting coach in Pittsburgh, they got into a scuffle back in '05. They both ended up serving suspensions after getting into it during batting practice. Gerald was actually intervening during a heated debate between Duncan and former Pirates skipper and former Cub Lloyd McClendon. I guess Duncan allegedly approached Rick White to ask him about a brushback pitch, and that's usually a no-no. Most managers don't want other teams' coaches talking to your players. So just keep that in mind. 2-2, middle of the third.
Welcome to California.
We cruise.
Fly.
We run.
We go with the flow.
We let go.
And we believe one simple thing.
That every day in California is your lucky day.
Is your lucky day.
So there's just one thing you have to ask yourself.
How fast can you get here?
Find yourself in California. Southwest Airlines is taking low fares farther with more than 90 daily flights from Chicago Midway to these cities.
You are now free to move about the country.
Parents, step away from the controls. Let your kids fill their cup with 6 different sodas and eat pizza topped with macaroni and cheese. Attaboy. CC's, the endless pizza, pasta, salad, and dessert buffet for under $5.
Great news! Now there's a sale that's good for you and the environment. It's the laundry trade-in sale at Sears. Start saving money and energy today. When you trade in your old washer, we'll give you $100 off any high-efficiency washer, like the Kenmore HE5T, the Oasis, or the Whirlpool Cabrio. If you trade in your old dryer too, we'll give you an extra $75 off the matching dryer. Then save some of your own energy. We'll haul away your old machine and deliver your new one free after mail-in rebate. Now through Friday, Sears.
The very thought of you, and I forget to do the little ordinary thing.
Armor All Wax, wipes, and tire shines. Go ahead, stare.
Scrubs, late nights on Superstation WGN.
Great to see Aaron Gerber at the game today and feeling better. Aaron's dad, Errol, is WGN's local sales manager. Aaron, we hope you have a great day at the ballpark. Sun is shining. Cubs and the Cardinals. Derek Lee with a base hit. career hit number 1,201.
Hard ground ball back up the middle of the field, beats the shift a little bit. Second baseman Adam Kennedy was playing up the middle of the field, and Derek Lee hit it hard enough to still get it past him on into center field for a base hit.
Ramos 1 for 1. He has 198 career home runs. And a curveball at 69 miles per hour finds a strike zone.
Boy, once again, defensively, Aaron Miles, the shortstop, shaded over toward the hole a little bit. Kennedy up the middle of the field. A ground ball to the right side is going to be very tough for the Cardinals to turn any kind of a double play. You see Miles cheating over toward the hole between third and short, anticipating Ramirez pulling the ball to the left side of the field. Kennedy shading up the middle. Big hole on the right side.
Wainwright's 0-1. Big swing. 0-2 on Ramirez.
Yeah, Ramos doesn't cut down a lot with 2 strikes. He still takes a very healthy swing, but this is one of those counts where he's more likely to hit the ball to the right side, especially if Wainwright continues to work him away with that slider. There was a slider on the outside corner, just got a piece of it.
On the Cubs all-time home run list, Ramirez tied currently with Jody Davis for 14th. They each have 122. Sammy Sosa the leader, 545. Then Ernie Banks at 512. Nobody else with more than 400. Billy Williams is third. Ron Santo fourth. Ryan Sandberg fifth. And for a guy who doesn't cut down in his swing, we've talked about Ramos not striking out nearly as much as other power hitters do. Going to have to battle here down 0-2 against Wainwright. And it's a little bit outside.
And normally I point this out before the third inning of a ball game, but you have to keep a close eye on Yadier Molina behind the plate. He loves to throw behind runners, loves to try to pick guys off.
Now the 6-7 righty deals again. Well, the only thing about that pitch is it seemed like that pitch was called a strike a couple of innings ago, and Ramirez will gladly take the new life.
Well, he may have had a problem if he called that one a strike. That was, I think, a little higher than the curveball he called earlier in the game. That one just didn't take the break the way it normally does. Stayed up around the letters.
And he strikes him out this time. Experience Cubs baseball from the private comfort of the Batter's Eye Lounge in center field, offering a spectacular view and catered service for groups of 75 to 100. The Batter's Eye is a great option for entertaining in Chicago's unpredictable spring weather. The Batter's Eye Lounge is also available for non-game day functions. To book your date or for more info, visit Cubs.com or call 773-404-Cubs. That's a great view out there in center field. Barrett takes it high.
It's one of the fun things about coming to Wrigley Field. If you get the opportunity to sit in different sections, different locations in the ballpark for various games, it offers you a completely different perspective. The games that we've done from the bleachers over the last couple of years, interesting to watch the game from different sections of the ballpark. From our vantage point, we probably have the best seat in the house. We probably have the best seat in the world. But boy, when you sit in the outfield, you watch the outfielders a lot more closely and how they shift depending on hitter, depending on count. Move in a few steps, move over a few steps. Kind of gets lost if you're just paying attention to the batter and the pitcher. Some of the idiosyncrasies, the little moves that take place during the course of the game that you might not otherwise notice.
Well, the thing I love about our perch is that we're essentially at the top of the ballpark, but it's such an intimate setting that we are right on top of the action. Plus, we can see the lake, especially on a day like this. Nothing like it.
Get to watch the podcast studios as they enter the final stages of construction out there.
We can watch the riders eating during the game. Deep to center. Edmonds back on it. It's going to be over his head and over everything. That is a home run for Michael Barrett. He continues to crush the Cardinals. Well, he almost hit the batter's eye lounge right in front of the juniper bushes. I think it hit the wall, never even touched the basket, just bounded right back onto the field. And that's a 2-run homer.
For Michael Barrett, his 14th and 15th RBI in his last 10 games against the Cardinals. Straight away center field, this time into the basket. Yeah, if you were out there in that batter's eye lounge, you'd have had a real good look at that home run coming right at you.
And another $10,000 going to Project 3000. Home run number 14 for the Cubs. Bases empty for Jones, who drove in a pair with a single in the first inning. And Barrett now with 4 home runs. So let's see, he's tied with DeRosa for the team lead. And 3 of Michael's last 5 hits have been big flies. 3-2, and Jones is on after the walk.
Take a look at that home run by Michael Barrett, as you mentioned, his 4th of the season, tying him with Mark DeRosa. Very quick and compact swing. Doesn't use a lot of body, really drives that back through the strike zone, hits just above the 400 mark in center. Our Southwest, how far did it fly? 402 feet, just enough. Which is also the nickname that his teammates have given to David Eckstein. Just enough.
Just enough. Yep.
And that time Michael Barrett had just enough to get it in the basket in center field.
Runner at first, 1 out. Cedeno batting 7th. PA hitting 8th against the right-hander Wainwright. If Felix does stay in the big leagues, you would have to think that's probably where Lou will put him. With Soriano jumping back into the leadoff spot. Likely tomorrow night. Tomorrow night will be on WCIU as Milwaukee comes in 7 o'clock Central Time. And we're back on WGN Wednesday 1 o'clock for the leadoff man. Off day Thursday, and then the Cubs start a 6-game trip in St. Louis Friday, and we'll have that one for you. Liners caught by the second baseman Kennedy. And it brings up Felix PA.
Next batter, center fielder Felix PA.
So we're listening to the PA and we're watching the batter PA.
Name is spelled like pie. Of course, it's pronounced PA. We were joking that he should have been given number 3.14 when he got to the major leagues. Got to have that first home run sometime, right?
Yeah. to see if his birthday is on March 14th. Inside corner strike. He's only 22. Turned 22 on February 8th. It's always fun to see pro athletes make their debuts, and a lot of people don't pronounce their name correctly because they're unknown for the most part. This one could drop. No man's land, and he gets down, and Jock's on his way to third. PA with his first single as a big leaguer. So now it's a single, a double, and a triple. And he gets on base for his pitcher, Miller, coming up.
Good read by Jock Jones, running from first base. With 2 outs, he's off on contact. Usually a ball hit the left field with the left fielder coming in as hard as Chris Duncan was. You have to be careful as a base runner, but Jock saw the ball in the air. He's made a hard, aggressive turnaround second base, didn't slow down at all, and when Duncan fumbles the ball out there, he's able to advance to third easily.
Kicking the pitch to Miller. He pops it up. And Molina with just enough time. Through his mask, it actually hit Ted Barrett, who was about 5 feet away from him. Cubs lead 2, but they scored twice in the home run.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. It's going to be a...
Hey, babe. I told you I was having the girls over, remember?
What would Carlos do?
No. I remember you telling me that Linda needs to lose some weight, and that Beth needs to send her hair back to 1982, and that Claire should stop messing with Beth's boyfriend. I remember that.
Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
Yes, it's time to vacation. Dollar Millionaire style.
Road trip.
With outstanding McDonald's fries and outlandish legroom. This cabin is first class all the way.
Oh, these people don't fly coach, but they're pretty fly.
They're also decked up with decadent double cheeseburgers and other dollar menu delicacies. No, they don't need a 5-star hotel. They've got $5 million.
You know, testing my blood sugar is such a hassle.
Mom, why not make your life easier? Try the Breeze 2 meter. It's the one I use because it has 10 tests in one disc, and I never have to code.
Introducing the new Breeze 2 meter from Bayer. With no coding and now a smaller blood sample and results in 5 seconds. It's easier than ever. Call 800-554-9393 or go online now to get your free Breeze 2 meter, a $65 value.
That sounds a lot easier.
That's easy accuracy. Answered by Bayer.
Who's counting on your brakes today? Come to Midas and get brake pads or shoes for just $89.95 per axle installed. Be safe.
Just a Midas touch.
New Turtle X Ice Liquid Clay Bar deep cleans your car's finish, removing light scratches, swirl marks, bugs, tar, and oxidation. Its easy-to-use triple-layer formula is safe for all painted surfaces. New Ice Liquid Clay Bar, the perfect finish-restoring product.
Great to have you with us today. What a gorgeous afternoon for baseball. And the Cubs lead the Cardinals 4-2. Pujols, Roland, and Edmonds do up against right-hander Wade Miller. Michael with a 2-run homer, and the Cubs with their second lead. Fastball for a strike. Hey, congrats to the Bulls. Big win. Start their playoff series yesterday. Wade Miller lost his cap. He was buzzed by Albert Pujols on the base hit.
It's a Charlie Brown fastball that comes right back at you. The hat came flying off. At least he kept his socks on. Actually knocked his own hat off when he reached up with the glove hand to try to knock that line drive down.
One ball, no strikes on Roland. pitch. High in the air, and he pulled it way foul.
On a day like this, holding Albert Pujols to a single with the wind blowing out the way it is, especially the success that Pujols has had against Wade Miller in his career. Coming into play today, in his last 5 plate appearances, Pujols had 3 home runs and a single. Wade got him to fly out to center field to the vines earlier in the ball game before giving up that single up the middle. Of course, Pujols has numbers comparable to that against a lot of National League pitchers.
Beaten out last year by Ryan Howard for the MVP. Well, Jason Marquis beat his former club yesterday. Just reading some of the comments, and they always look a little worse, I guess, in print. And Carlos Zambrano could tell you about that with his comments about the Brewers. His rolling singles in the left, but I didn't sense the Cardinals wanted to give Jason a ton of credit for the way he pitched yesterday. And you know what? He might not have had his best stuff, but 5 strikeouts, no walks, and 7 shutout innings. That'll get it done.
And a W.
And
bottom line is he goes home with the W, so he doesn't need the comments or compliments from his former team. I thought it was interesting that Jason said he learned from his experience pitching against the Braves. When he went from the Braves to the Cardinals, he said he got a little overamped when he faced his former team in that situation, so he was much better prepared for yesterday's start, and it certainly showed the way he pitched.
They'll get another chance next weekend in St. Louis. You know, some trouble for Miller, and he's facing a guy now who just did a home run off him. 4th career homer for Edmonds off Miller. 2 on with no outs and ball 1. Well, the one thing the Cardinals proved last year is that it doesn't matter how many wins you have in the regular season, and it doesn't particularly matter how well or how poorly you're playing when you get to October. All that matters is that you get in. The Tigers also struggled going into the postseason, and those 2 teams ended up in the World Series.
All you have to do is get into the postseason, and then after that, win 11 ball games. Doesn't matter how you do it or what it looks like. You go home with the big trophy.
Good curve, and he's ahead in the count. 1-2. Switch hitting Scott Spezio is next. Pujols is at second base, rolling at first, and a 1-2 drops low and inside. Cubs kept the Cardinals hitless with runners in scoring position yesterday. They were 0 for 9 and are 1 for their last 32 in that department. 2-2 is off the plate on a fastball.
I'd be surprised if Tony La Russa has the runners in motion here. Edmonds is a guy that swings and misses quite often. He's also a guy that leads this Cardinals team in the early going, grounding into 4 double plays.
Cedeno right behind Pujols. They're holding their position, and that ball hit right at Cliff Floyd. He came in about a step and a half, positioned perfectly. 1 away. Well, nobody loves that more than a guy like Alan Trammell, the bench coach, Mike Quade, the outfield coach. When you put your fielders in a position, the best position to make a play, and then the guy hits the ball right to him, that makes those coaches feel really good. I spent a lot of time going over the scouting reports. Let's put it this way. Every guy is in a certain place for an exact specific reason.
And it's not just by chance. They study all those charts. I mean, those guys do their homework. Alan Trammell learning a lot of new players here in the National League, and he feels like maybe he's a little behind the curve, so he's putting in even more work than the average defensive coordinator would. And of course, it all hinges on that pitcher executing the pitches that you're calling for. You put your defenders in a certain area, you expect your pitcher to pitch the ball in a certain area, and if he does that consistently, then the hitters are going to hit the balls into the teeth of the defense. So it all works hand in hand.
One thing Trammell's used to is being in an old-time dugout. His entire 2-decade career was spent with the Detroit Tigers. He's always on that top step. Spezio turns on it, hits it just foul. Miller getting a break as that ball just landed foul.
Just gets a little bit out in front, hooks the ball down the first base line. Looked like it was going to hold true down that right field line. Just enough off speed was the pitch that Spezio couldn't keep it fair.
That's a strike. Spezio really crowding the plate. Left-handed batter's box. There's the Cardinal red soul patch working. He's been with Oakland, the Angels, Seattle, and now St. Louis. Born in Joliet.
Yeah, he wasn't dyeing that thing when he was with Oakland. I don't know that bright neon yellow would be a good look, or the green for that matter.
And if he wants to go fly fishing, if he shaves, he'll be in good shape. Put a little hook on it and you're good to go, right?
Oh, yeah. Good striper bait right there.
Got it. Called strike 3.
Comes back inside with a big curveball, drops it right on the inside corner. Spezio didn't think so. Probably one of the best called strikes on a curveball we've seen up to this point. Clearly above the knees when it crossed the hitting zone. Michael Barrett caught it right on the inside corner, so it had to cross the plate somewhere in the middle.
Too low on Adam Kennedy, back with his original club. Good chance to get out of it here for Miller. He's got to make a good pitch on Kennedy. Signed a 3-year free agent contract. He was sent to Anaheim in the Jim Edmonds deal in 2000.
Good off-speed pitch here to Kennedy. Not a great location. It's up and out over the plate, but the change of speed is enough to get Kennedy way out in front.
If he doesn't get Kennedy, he'll have to get Yadier Molina. Pujols single to start the inning. Rolen followed up with a base hit, but they haven't moved. 3-2. And you know what the fans want? They want a strikeout. Miller with 3 on the day. Here it is. And we'll do it again.
Well, a good pitch right there after a series of big slow breaking balls and change ups. Runs a fastball right in on his knuckles. Talk about an emergency swing. Get off me, ball.
Another 3-2 and driven down the right field line. Fair ball. And the Cardinals are going to tie it again. And Kennedy holds with a double. On a 3-2 pitch. A 2-run double into the right field corner, and it's 4-4.
It's hard to fault Wade Miller for going with that curveball. That is his best pitch, his signature pitch. But just judging from the swings that Adam Kennedy took in this at bat, he had his best rips at the off-speed pitches and a very awkward defensive swing at a fastball. They chose to come back with the breaking ball on the 3-2 count, and Kennedy drops it down into that right field corner for a couple RBI.
And the pitching coach, Larry Rothschild, who joined us on the leadoff man, out to chat with his battery.
Sometimes a hitter will tell you by the swings he takes and even by the way he takes a pitch what he is likely looking for in a given at bat. It appeared to me that Kennedy was sitting on off-speed pitches, got one on the 3-2 count, and made the Cubs pay.
A dirt ball on a curve. First base open, the pitcher on deck. Although Adam Wainwright is 5 for 12 in his big league career with 2 doubles and a home run. High for ball 2. I think you mentioned it in the open. Angel Guzman, with his first start in the minor leagues, the numbers were not very good. 3 innings, 5 runs, 6 hits, but you know, again, the numbers are not the big thing. The key is that he gets stretched out as a starter, and you know, if needed, there's been speculation that maybe Guzman at some point could come back and be a candidate for a starting spot. Looked really good in long relief, and the only reason he was sent out was that Alfonso Soriano did not go on the disabled list. So this is a big outing, I guess, is what I'm getting at for Wade Miller. Carlos Marmol has pitched really well at Iowa. Talking with Oneri Fleet, he said he's a different guy than you saw in spring training. Some of the younger guys who saw glimpses here last year, they pretty much knew and were told that they were going to start the year in the minors, but they may have put some extra pressure on themselves to try to make the club, which is understandable.
And as I mentioned earlier, Guzman's rocky outing yesterday, it's kind of to be expected when a guy goes from the major leagues where he had pitched extremely well early in the season. There has to be a little bit of a letdown.
Cue shot right at Terrio, who throws out Molina. Adam Kennedy has become the second Cardinal to tie it with a 2-run double, and it's 4-4.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced nor retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
You're messing with the wrong guy.
We're up to 1 million hits. Sweet. Who is it?
Chuck Norris.
Yeah, right.
Presenting Ortho Weed Be Gone Max. So revolutionary, it targets and kills the toughest weeds without harming your lawn. Ortho Weed Be Gone sprayed here, ordinary weed killer here. Only Ortho Weed Be Gone has a foaming action and weed targeting formula for total root kill. So it killed the weeds, but not the grass. The ordinary weed killer killed everything. Ortho Weed Be Gone Max. Kills weeds, not lawns. Guaranteed. Now available with new crabgrass control.
Halt! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Answer my 3 questions and I'll let you pass.
Are you kidding?
What's large as a mountain but as small as a... Hey, how many people you got in there?
8.
Whoa, is that a DVD player?
Maybe.
Do I smell cookies?
Hit the gas. That's 3.
Beloved by humans, envied by trolls. The Pilot from Honda.
Hey, music fans, Jet will be at the House of Blues Chicago as special guest, the Virgins, on Friday, May 4th at 8 o'clock, part of the Bud Light Concert Series. And we're checking out some Jet right now. Tickets are available by logging on to the House of Blues website, HOB.com. Or you can call Ticketmaster 312-559-1212. Jet, May 4th at HOB Chicago. Check them out. They kind of remind me of Badfinger in the 70s. Can really rock it out, and they've got some good ballads too.
More known for their rockers, but check out the show.
Terrio starts the last of the fourth with a base hit. So as I was saying earlier, you know, a guy like Felix P.A., even a Ryan Terrio, you come up to the big leagues, and some of the highlight shows, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce their name. We've seen Theriot, Therio, Tirio, Paye. I remember when Andre Agassi burst onto the scene. He probably was 18. And it was Andre Agassi. But if you hang around long enough, they will get your name right.
Especially if you keep getting base hits like Ryan Terrio is today. 2 for 3 already on the afternoon. Started the ball game with a double. A leadoff single here in the fourth. If you just say the Riot, you can't go wrong.
That's right. He's had that nickname for a while, and I'll be honest, you found that. You're such a wordsmith. You were able to divide up his name. And
I'm sure somewhere along the way he's been called the Riot before.
High in the air. Miles has it. If you'd like to shoot us an email, it's lenandbob@AOL.com.
Unusual to see Jim Edmonds lay off that ball and make Miles backpedal out into shallow center field to make the catch. Tough sun, tough wind.
Well, he did what you talk about a lot. He kept his feet moving. And Miles was able to haul it in.
You see, Edmonds is right there. He could have easily called off Miles, made that catch a much easier catch for the center fielder coming in, but Miles stayed with it.
Ball one on Derek Lee. I believe it's the folks from Decipio.com. They call Ronnie Cedeno Ron Say. C.E. I like that. That Cubs connection. Have you always been BB?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I had another nickname when I was in high school, but we won't even go there.
Okay.
BB in college, BB all throughout my minor league and big league career. Easy to spell.
You would think so. Every team has one in the back of a jersey. Usually a 14-year-old kid in the dugout. Preston Wilson enjoying the game.
I can remember when Brett Butler came to the San Francisco Giants, and one of our mutual teammates said, "What do people call you?" He said, "BB." And he said, no, that's already taken. You're going to have to come up with something else. So in his time with the Giants, he was known as Bugsy.
So Ramirez will come up after the Derek Lee strikeout. And hey, Cub fans, don't forget to check out our baseball blog at WGNTV.com. On the blog today, I have a post about the stat Quality Start. Also info on Derek Lee and the First Touch organization. And as always, game notes from our friends at StatSync. It's WGNTV.com. Click on the link for Len and Bob's blog. Ramirez pops it up. And it's caught by Kennedy. Miles is a captain, and he's a shortstop on the infield. But Kennedy had a beat on it and gathered it in. Cubs lead one. It's 4-4.
Have you enjoyed a Budweiser lately? Because I can only describe the smoothness you'll get from Beechwood Aging. I can only tell you about the choicest hops. But if you really want to understand what makes Budweiser the king of beers, you you have to taste it. Just taste it. The perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
It's time to feel free with Chase Freedom. Feel free to choose points for rewards like travel.
I'm free to do what I want.
Or feel free to choose cash back.
I'm free.
Then feel free to change back again.
In the old time.
Without losing a thing. That's freedom. That's Chase Freedom. Get it free at chase.com/freedom.
Where does it hurt? New Aleve liquid gels can make it better.
My neck has been getting really painful.
With a sore back, it's hard to paddle.
My knee is where it hurts.
Now for the first time, liquid speed meets Aleve strength. In new Aleve liquid gels, all-day relief for painful joints, backs, and muscles.
My knee's nice and happy again. It's nice and loose.
I didn't even think about the pain.
I can focus on that rock.
Where does it hurt? Aleve can make it better liquid fast.
A young Aramis Ramirez fan playing catch, stretching out his arm. He's just doing long toss today. He'll have his bullpen session tomorrow. A Soriano fan. And again, Alfonso hopefully will be back in the lineup tomorrow. Ground ball to short. One out. Well, it's fitting. Tomorrow at 7:05, the Cubs host the Milwaukee Brewers. The first 20,000 will receive a scratch and win card. 500 random winners will get a Rawlings official baseball autographed by Alfonso Soriano. Compliments of Van Campen. Fans are encouraged to hold on to their cards for second chance drawings throughout the game. For complete rules, visit Cubs.com. I want to remind everyone there are plenty of tickets available for the upcoming set versus Milwaukee, including tickets in the Bud Light bleachers. Night games tomorrow and Tuesday. The series finale will be Wednesday at 1:20. And you can go to Cubs.com, drop by the Wrigley Field box office, or call 1-800-THE-CUBS. The first place Milwaukee Brewers. Aaron Miles with a base hit to right.
With the night game tomorrow, Len, depending on conditions, that could change Alfonso Soriano's return to the lineup. We anticipate a nice evening here at Wrigley Field, but should the temperature turn, the wind blow off the lake, maybe get a little rain, it's not out of the question that Lou might wait another day to get him back in the lineup. You definitely don't want to risk any future injuries with that young man.
Yeah, there's a chance of rain tomorrow. 60% chance of showers. It's like the high tomorrow will be in the upper 60s. 1 ball, no strikes on Duncan. 4-4 in the fifth. Carlos Zambrano back to the mound tomorrow night and has a .777 earned run average. He's looking to get out of his funk as Scott Air is up in the bullpen.
And you have to believe the Brewers would like to send him deeper into that funk after his comments. He faced the Brewers shortly after facing the Reds and kind of compared the two offenses and declared the Reds the better hitting team. And I don't think that sat well with a lot of the Brewers.
There's a deep drive. And it will go for Chris Duncan. About halfway up. And the Cardinals lead for the first time 6-4. Not much doubt about it. On a day like this, with a wind blowing out, and Duncan with his 4th home run.
Boy, Tony La Russa thinks Chris Duncan is going to be a star in this game for a long time. Boy, that ball's on a tee right there, middle of the thighs, inside part of the plate. And as we've said throughout the afternoon, hit it firmly in the air and you have a chance. That had more than a chance.
For Duncan, 4 career home runs against the Cubs. They've all come at Wrigley.
You know, one thing managers like to say about their own players, and Tony certainly said it about Chris Duncan, he likes to compete. You know, it's one thing if a guy has the physical tools to play at the major league level, but sometimes those tools don't show up on a daily basis. But with Chris Duncan, he said this guy loves to compete and he has the physical tools, so he thinks the sky's the limit for what Chris Duncan is going to be able to do in this game. 19 home runs after the All-Star break last year.
Yeah, the guy could flat out hit. And it's natural when the son of the pitching coach becomes an everyday player. People go, well, you know, I'll tell you what, I bet it was more difficult for Chris Duncan going through the minor league system because his father was the major league pitching coach. I mean, the guy has slugged .583 in his big league career and has hit .296. He's legit. Cedeno's out, Floyd is in, and Cliff will take charge.
Talk about a big league pop-up. That one had re-entry burns on it. Pitch up out of the strike zone, and Pujols with a big swing almost straight up. The ball was in the air for a long time.
Roland has singled twice and has gone on to score both times. I'll tell you another thing about Chris Duncan and his dad being on the big league staff. When the team head honchos get together, the general manager and vice president of player personnel, they don't see who's related to anybody. All they look at is who's going to help us win. Think about some father-son combinations. Moises Salou recently played for his dad, Felipe. I'm sure Dave would rather be on his son's team than the other way around. We talked to Chris Spire about, you know, Justin's on the mound for the other team. It's going to be a little awkward.
Well, you always want your child to do well, no matter what he's doing in life.
Scott Rowland got all of that. It is a home run day and bounced out into the concourse and maybe now on the Waveland. It's 7-4. It's their 3rd home run. Big afternoon for Rowland. He has scored 3 runs.
Another pitch right down the heart of the plate, middle of the thighs. This is not the day to miss your spots, especially if you miss up over the heart of the plate.
And another base hit. This time it's Edmonds. Four of the last 5 Cardinals have gotten on base, and that's going to be the end for Wade Miller. 9 hits for the visitors, who lead by 3. And Lou makes a call for the left-hander Scott Air. So Scott Air coming in probably earlier than we've seen him as a Chicago Cub. We're only in the 5th inning. With the Cubs down 3, and we'll be back.
Life with diabetes, it's about staying ahead. That's why my new meter is Contour. It has no coding for fewer steps, which means
no slowing down.
So life is pretty good.
Let's go. Life with diabetes, it's about going for it. That's why my new Contour has all the stuff I need to get it done right in just 5 seconds.
The new Contour meter from Bear is the most complete meter yet. It has all the features you need in just 5 seconds. So,
getting more just got easier.
Make your new meter the Contour meter from Bear. That's easy accuracy. Answered by Bear.
Hi, can you tell me, how are the rooms at that hotel?
Very nice curtains and TV as video games.
Uh-huh. And the rooms at your hotel?
There's a bed and some tables.
Right.
Want to talk to someone who really knows hotels? Call the experts at Hotels.com. They've got the inside scoop on over 70,000 properties. They're available 24/7, and they'll always find you the best price guaranteed. Just log on or call 800-2HOTELS now. Hotels.com. We know hotels inside and out.
It's down to the top 3. The American Idols are taking you home.
So how you guys feeling?
With exclusive interviews.
I think the only thing that I would change or do differently,
Plus.
Last week, you said that America got it wrong when they voted off Tamira. What should America have done to get it right?
American Idol Rewind.
Tonight at 8 on Superstation WGN.
Well, here's Scott Air, who normally pitches in the 7th or the 8th inning, but he comes in the 5th.
You know, Lou would like to get Scott Air back on track and get him pitching the way he did most of the season last year. It's been a rough go through the early going. 8 hits in 5 innings along with 5 walks. And this is one way you get your late inning pitchers back on track. Bring them into ball games with a little less pressure. Try to get him back in that strike zone consistently.
He took the loss in Atlanta on Wednesday, charged with 3 runs and 2/3 of an inning. Pop foul by Spezio, is now batting right-handed.
An .077 hitter right-handed coming into play today. 1 for 13, 4 for 16 as a left-handed hitter before today.
Cardinals with 3 in the inning and now have a 7-4 lead. Scott changing things up. The pant bottoms hiked up just below the knees. Big leaguers can be extremely superstitious, and when things aren't working, they'll just change up the routine a little bit. Now it's 3-1.
Had a manager in the minor leagues that made us wear our pants up high like Scott Air is wearing his today, because he felt that for the home plate umpire, he knew right where your knees were. This particular manager felt when you wore your pants down low, the umpire could kind of guess where your knees were, and you'd get some unnecessary low strikes called.
Floyd is over, and he won't get it. Edmonds pulls up at 3rd, and Spezio with a double. So everybody hitting for the Cardinals, 1 through 7, they all have at least 1 hit.
Mentioned Spezio struggles from the right side of the plate. He too gets a pitch right in the middle of the plate, lines it down into that corner for Cliff Floyd. They're just not missing mistakes today. Sometimes when a team is struggling offensively, you have to give credit to the opposing pitcher. They're just making good pitches. Other times you get pitches you should hit and don't hit them hard. But today the Cardinals have not missed mistakes.
This is a big batter for Scott Air and the Cubs. They're already down 3, and the Cardinals are trying to bust it wide open. 2 more runners in scoring position. And he's ahead in the count 0-2 on Kennedy. Kennedy just tied it in the last inning with a 2-run double. A rough one for Wade Miller. At this point on the hook for 7 runs. Swing and a miss to end the inning. Cardinals get 3, and they're now out in front, 7-4.
The weather was so much better yesterday.
A bad day in Florida beats a good day almost anywhere else.
With over 50 daily flights from Chicago Midway to the Sunshine State, Southwest Airlines is taking low fares farther.
You are now free to move about the country.
Switch to Valvoline's Max Life, and there's no telling how long your car will keep going. Max Life not only protects against friction, but also leaks, deposits, and sludge, the 4 major causes of high-mileage engine breakdown. Long live your car.
You know, testing my blood sugar is such a hassle.
Mom, why not make your life easier? Try the Breeze 2-meter. It's the one I use because it has 10 tests in one disc, and I never have to code.
Introducing the new Breeze 2-meter from Bayer. With no coding and now a smaller blood sample and results in 5 seconds. It's easier than ever. Call 800-554-9393 or go online now to get your free Breeze 2-meter, a $65 value.
That sounds a lot easier.
That's easy accuracy. Answered by Bayer.
Great news! Now there's a sale that's good for you and the environment. It's the laundry trade-in sale at Sears. Start saving money and energy today. When you trade in your old washer, we'll give you $100 off any high-efficiency washer, like the Kenmore HE5T, the Oasis, or the Whirlpool Cabrio. If you trade in your old dryer too, we'll give you an extra $75 off the matching dryer. Then save some of your own energy. We'll haul away your old machine and deliver your new one free after mail-in rebate. Now through Friday, Sears.
Da Vinci's Inquest, weekdays on Superstation WGN.
Now today's Honda Civic game summary. 2-run homers by Edmonds, Duncan, and Barrett today. And the Cardinals now leading for the first time. Wade Miller allowing 3 home runs. Today's Honda Civic game summary. Get performance and save gas. Test drive a new Civic at your Honda dealer today. Adam Wainwright looking for his second win against 1 loss. His 4th start. He was a starter throughout his minor league career. Prior to this year, all 63 of his major league appearances were in relief.
Back-to-back 68-mile-an-hour curveballs for strike 1 and strike 2 to Michael Barrett.
Time called before the 0-2. And a ground ball toward right, and it kicks past Pujols for a single.
Yeah, Michael Barrett had called timeout on the 0-2 pitch. He took a peek back there, saw Molina sitting off the outside corner away. They come right back with a fastball away, and Michael just guides it through that right side of the infield. Fastball up above the belt, probably off the outside corner away, and somehow manages to sneak it through that right side. Albert Pujols plays as far off the line at first as any first baseman in baseball when there's nobody on base.
Rolling well off the line at third. And Jones fouls off. Wainwright is the last remaining player with the Cardinals from the December '03 deal that brought Jason Marquis and Ray King from Atlanta for J.D. Drew and Eli Marrero. He's from Brunswick, Georgia. As a first-round pick in 2000. Of the Braves, he was their #1 prospect, according to Baseball America, in 2002.
Braves don't usually miss on pitchers.
Two and two.
Just a steady diet of off-speed pitches to Jock Jones.
Wainwright has a sign from Molina. And back he comes on a 2-2 into right. Base hit for Jock. Barrett thought about third and to throw it right to the bag at second from Spezio, and he got back in time. Nobody out, 2 men on. And the tying run will be at the plate.
Well, this is not the kind of day to hang your head offensively. This Cubs ball club, as we've talked about throughout the spring and the early going, they're made to bang. This is the kind of day that the Cubs offense was designed for. Swing those bats. If it's going to be a slugfest, the Cubs can hold their own. Scott Spezio has been playing with his heels on the warning track out there in right field. A couple of different theories about that. When the wind is blowing out as hard as it is today, some teams will say, play shallow. If a ball's hit over your head, it's probably going to go out of the ballpark. If you play shallow, you can take away some of those humpback liners. Spezio does not adhere to that theory. He likes to get as deep as he possibly can in right field. He's actually in a couple of steps from where he normally positions himself.
First and second, no outs. And the pitch. Caught the outside corner. It's up to the Cubs bullpen the rest of the way. And the offense getting it going. Michael Wirtz is throwing. Swing and a miss. Quickly 2 strikes on Cedeno. The rookie PA on deck. Struck him out.
Wainwright just leads Ronnie right out of the strike zone with this slider down low and away. In the 0-2 counts, he's either gone fastball away or slider away to the right-handed hitters. That time Cedeno chases a bad pitch.
Didn't you make a comment about a good time for the kid's first home run?
It's got to come sooner or later. Might as well be sooner.
Strike one on the curveball. Darrell Ward would hit for Scott Air. PA lined out and then singled. Swing and a miss. First 2 guys got on via the single, and both to right. Barrett and then Jones. This all comes after the Cardinals grabbed the lead with 3 in the top of the inning. Kick in the 0-2. He looked at it, 1-2.
Wainwright threw that pitch exactly where his catcher Molina wanted it. You may have noticed him tap his glove on the ground after giving the signs. He wanted him to bounce the curveball, hopefully get the youngster to be a little overly aggressive and swing at a bad pitch, but that time he was able to lay off.
Cubs have won 9 of 12 against the Cardinals in this ballpark since the beginning of 06. 8-2 last year and 1-1 this weekend. And the Cardinals continue to enjoy hitting on Sunday. Been their best day of the week by far. Long pause by Wainwright and the pitch. Pulled, foul just out in front.
Boy, and once again Molina tapping that catcher's mitt on the ground. He wanted that curveball down in the dirt, trying to get the swinging strike. He left it up over the plate for PA and just hooked it foul down that first baseline. When you see a catcher do that, that's a pretty good indication it's going to be some kind of a breaking ball, and he wants it in the dirt. Tap it. I want it right down here. Put it right down here. is again.
Another 1-2, and he caught him looking. On a fastball, it seemed to move PA off the plate, but it caught the zone.
Decoyed everybody there. Molina tapping his glove on the ground like he had on every breaking ball before that, and then Wainwright comes back with a fastball inside, tailing back over the corner.
So Ward, the pinch hitter, announced. A good time for Darrell's first Cubs home run. 1 for 7 in the pinch. Well, Scott Spezio backing up, and anything that gets over his head is going to be into the basket.
Spezio, a natural infielder. He's played a lot of outfield the last couple of years, but much more comfortable on the infield. And a lot of times when you move those guys to the uncomfortable position, they prefer to come in on everything.
Boy, Wainwright pumping a lot of strikes in big spots. Struck out Cedeno on 3 pitches. Got ahead of PA quickly, and now he's 0-2 on Ward. Very deliberate here as he tries to escape. And the 2-strike pitch. Ward missed it. Was it foul tipped? I guess it was, in the dirt. So Ted Barrett with a call. No big argument from Yadier Molina.
Now Barrett with the call on the foul tip, but he can't see whether Molina caught this ball in the air or whether it skipped off the dirt first, so he asked for help from the third base umpire, Angel Hernandez. The plate umpire can't really see if the catcher short hops that ball or catches it in the air, so he needs help from his corner umpires.
So a foul ball and still 2 strikes on Ward. Time call. Cub fans getting into it. Come on, Darrell. And another 0-2. Popped it up. Aaron Miles shading his eyes. 2 hands on it. And Wainwright gets out of it. Cubs lead 2. They've left at least 1 in every inning. They're down 7-4.
American Idol Rewind. It's where fate and fame collide. Go behind the scenes and relive the astonishing moments of season 1. American Idol Rewind. Sunday at 8 Eastern on Superstation WGN. Brought to you by CC's Pizza, where you can enjoy our endless buffet of pizza, pasta, salad, and desserts.
Okay, class. If you're in the South, you say, "Hey, feller, give me a Bud Light."
Hey, feller, give me a Bud Light.
In New York, you say, "Hey, give me a Bud Light." You got a problem with that?
Bud Light, you got a problem with that.
In East LA, you say, "Give me a Bud Light, Holmes."
Give me a Bud Light, Holmes.
More importantly, if somebody asks you for a Bud Light, you say,
"Don't speak English."
Refreshingly smooth, Bud Light. Always worth it.
Bud Light?
Bud Light.
Bud Light.
Bud Light.
Hi, can you tell me, how are the rooms at that hotel?
Very nice curtains and TV's video games.
Uh-huh. And the rooms at your hotel?
There's a bed and some tables.
Right.
Want to talk to someone who really knows hotels? Call the experts at Hotels.com. They've got the inside scoop on over 70,000 properties. They're available 24/7, and they'll always find you the best price guaranteed. Just log on or call 800-2HOTELS now. Hotels.com. You know hotels inside and out.
The latest Turtle Wax breakthrough in car polish is Clear. Crystal Clear Turtle Wax Ice. Ice leaves no white residue on trim or in seams.
I had no residue whatsoever.
Ice leaves nothing behind but pure shine. Now, your choice is clear. Turtle Wax Ice.
How do we do the soup, salad, and breadsticks lunch at Olive Garden? Carol serves the salad, the breadsticks in the middle, and the soups, as different as we are.
Our unlimited fresh salad, homemade soup, and warm breadsticks lunch. Just $5.95. Only at Olive Garden.
Now the upcoming Cubs and Sox high-definition broadcast schedule, sponsored by Comcast. We'll have 2 games against Milwaukee on WCIU tomorrow at 7. Wednesday right here on WGN Sports, 1 o'clock for the award-winning leadoff man. Sox are back on the UNHD Wednesday night versus Detroit, 7 o'clock Central Time. 2007 Major League Baseball on WGN and WCIU and HD, sponsored by Comcast. Slider specialist Michael Wirtz, 8 1/3 on the year, hasn't allowed a run. And a first pitch out as PA retires Molina.
Ten punch outs in 8 1/3. Michael has gotten his team out of some mighty jams in the early going this season. Really throwing that slider well. His last time out, he relied more on a fastball. He'll stay one step ahead of the advanced scouts.
Well, not the case starting the inning, but a lot of inherited runners, 8 of them, and he's stranded all of them. Wainwright skies to center. 2 pitches, 2 outs. While we have a moment, let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN.
Get into some serious monkey business with a full hour of funniest pets and people. Weekends at 7 Eastern on Superstation WGN.
Bob Brenly, Len Casper, and our WGN Sports crew, as Aaron Miles is going to take this pitch no matter what. After 2 pitches and 2 outs, there was no way the leadoff hitter of all people was going to offer it that pitch. He swung at that one, hit it foul past the secret weapon Jose Oquendo, and our secret weapon Mike Clay. Each team with 10 hits. I guess if you lead off for the Cardinals, you have to choke up on the bat. Eckstein and Miles. Fastball is some pretty good movement.
Calling Jose Oquendo, their third base coach, the secret weapon. I really lobbied hard during my playing days for Jose Oquendo to be a member of the All-Star team in 1989. As a member of the Cardinals, he hit .291, played in 163 games, and probably never played the same position 2 days in a row.
Called strike 3 to end the inning. So Wirtz works a 1-2-3-6. The Cubs offense back to work, trailing by 3.
Chicago Cubs baseball is brought to you by Pepsi. Your world, your Pepsi.
You're messing with the wrong guy.
We're up to 1 million hits. Sweet. Who is it?
Chuck Norris.
Yeah, right.
Seriously, 4 feet by 5 feet. Well, apparently not, because I'm looking right at it.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Are you serious?
Just give it a try. Role play.
What's your name? He doesn't say anything because he's a doll.
Geico.com. So easy, a caveman can do it.
Where does it hurt? New Aleve liquid gels can make it better.
My neck has been getting really painful.
With a sore back, it's hard to paddle.
My knee is where it hurts.
Now for the first time, liquid speed meets Aleve strength. In new Aleve liquid gels, all-day relief for painful joints, backs, and muscles.
but he's nice and happy again. It's nice and loose.
I didn't even think about the pain.
I can focus on that rock.
Where does it hurt? Aleve can make it better liquid fast.
Chicks, dig Becker.
Someone has been working out.
Becker, watch him operate 5 nights a week.
Late nights on Superstation WGN.
7 runs, 10 hits for St. Louis, 4 on 10 for the Cubs. They're at the top of their order in the bottom of the 6th. Another huge crowd at Wrigley. Biggest crowd of the year yesterday. 41,637. Terrio with a fly ball shallow right. Spezio won't get there in time. Gets by him, and Ryan's going to end up at least at second. He'll stop there. So the leadoff man is at second. It's a double.
Well, we showed you Spezio playing extremely deep in right field. That time Terrio able to dunk one in front of him. 4 at-bats in the game for Ryan Terrio. 3 times he's led off an inning. Second time he's led off with a double. He just cues it off the end of the bat in front of the deep right fielder. A little English on that ball as it hit the grass and shot by Spezio.
Taking that pitch where it was thrown and ends up with a bloop double. So he has 2 doubles today, his first 2 extra base hits of the year.
If he gets much deeper out there in right field, he'll be on the L platform. Just a couple of steps away from the warning track. It's tough to hit a ball over his head without it getting out of the ballpark.
Does the L go back to St. Louis? That's where they're heading after this one. And some action up in the Cardinal pen. Veteran right-hander Russ Springer. The 1-0 to Floyd. And a foul. Well, Lou is not only getting to know his team, but getting to learn Wrigley Field, a unique ballpark, to say the very least. And the one thing he has found out, and today another curveball thrown at him. We haven't seen a day like this to start the season. The wind has blown in mostly. But he's talked a lot about versatility and an offense that gives you some different looks on different days. This is a day where you want to bang. You got to put the ball in the air, get it up into that jet stream. But there are a lot of days early on and you have to do some other things well. And he really enjoys managing in this ballpark. Two and 1 the count on Floyd, with Terrio getting his leadoff second. Another foul. Well, he compared it to another sport, the game of golf. Kind of interesting. Using every club in your bag. I like the analogy.
Well, this is the kind of day you just like to hit driver, though.
That's right.
Maybe an occasional 3 would, but you know, this is the kind of day you go get the large bucket at the range and just see how far you can hit it.
And it does change the way you view base running on a day like this. Well, you really have to be careful on the bases. You don't want to give up outs, because as big as this park plays, when the wind blows in, it's probably the smallest park in baseball when it blows out. Check swing, and he went too far. All right, let's hear Lou's theory on playing at Wrigley Field.
This is a fun park to play baseball in. It really is. And because, you know, it's like going on a golf course and having to use all your clubs. You're not just going to play pitch and putt. or driver wedge. You know, you got to be able to use all your clubs, and you got to be able to putt because the greens are fast or slow or whatever. That's all I'm trying to say, and it's fun because of that. I can see where this is going to get very interesting as the summer goes on.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, really good stuff. I was talking a little about that the first homestand of the year when the conditions obviously were just about as opposite as you can get from today. Wind was blowing in, very cold. Talking about playing small ball, and I asked him, will this change your ideas of how you make up the ball club next year, knowing that Wrigley Field plays completely different early in the season? And he said absolutely. You know, if that last roster spot came down to a choice between a guy who could play multiple positions, who could run, who could put the ball in play on a hit and run, or a guy who just thumps, a guy who hits the ball hard, you may go with the guy that can do all the little things early in the season and then make an adjustment as the year went on. But he said absolutely it would change the way he constructs the ball club, looking at the way the conditions are early in the season. I mean, there's no question this club is not built to play small ball with Ryan Theriot in the lineup, Ronnie Cedeno, sometimes Cesar Izturis, Felix Pié in the lineup. Certainly there's enough speed, enough guys who handle the bat well to play small ball, but it wasn't built for playing one run at a time.
Yeah, when you have Lee, Ramirez, Floyd, Jones, Barrett all back to back to back to back, you're not going to be asking those guys to bunt pretty much ever.
Maybe has a different perspective this inning. Usually he's down at the far end close to home plate. He's trying to find that lucky spot.
Not too far from the third base coach at the moment.
I was just going to say, you move down to that end of the dugout, you don't even have to give signs. You just yell out there to Mike Quade, hey, tell him to swing away.
The count is filled up on Lee. A runner at second and one out. Here's a pitch. Ball 4.
Maybe Lou's trying to get away from those prying eyes in the other dugout. He talked about that Cardinals coaching staff last year. It's like when I was in elementary school, the way the principal used to watch me at recess. He saw every move I made, and Tony La Russa and his staff do the same thing. Everybody's assigned something to watch. Somebody's watching the third base coach. Somebody's watching the first base coach. Somebody's watching the base runner. Somebody's watching the manager. All looking for some kind of a tip.
Southpaw action along with Springer is Randy Flores. Big hook for a strike.
At some point, one of the Cub hitters is going to go to the plate looking for that get me over curveball first pitch and hit one 9 miles. He's just rolling that pitch up there in the middle of the strike zone to get ahead in the count, and then he goes to work.
High in the air for Ramirez, and it will get out. Tie game. That was the Big Bertha. And he found the green in one. Career homer number 199 for Ramos Ramirez.
Drove the green on a par 4 right there.
Wow. 7-7, and they want a curtain call as Molina's going to walk out.
That's the way the club is built, and that's what the Cub fans love to see. Man, got another breaking ball up. Took the first one for a called strike. That one almost the same location. Look at Wainwright. He doesn't even want to look. He knows where that one's headed. Hit it firmly in the air, our Southwest. How far did it fly? 386 feet to the back of the left field bleachers.
So La Russa out. Takes the ball from his starter, Adam Wainwright. Tough day for the starting pitchers. Each giving up 7 runs. And we'll be back to Wrigley.
Have you enjoyed a Budweiser lately? Because I can only describe the smoothness you'll get from Beechwood aging. I can only tell you about the choicest hops. But if you really want to understand what makes Budweiser the king of beers, you have to taste it. Just taste it. The perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
Got an old buddy waiting for a visit in Washington? Fly Southwest Airlines from Chicago Midway to Baltimore, Washington, or Washington Dulles International for just $59 one way. Purchased by May 17th.
You are now free to move about the country.
You're messing with the wrong guy.
We're up to 1 million hits. Sweet. Who is it?
Chuck Norris.
Yeah, right.
Aramis Ramirez with his 3rd home run in the early going this season ties the ball game up. No doubt about it. Not only did Aramis know it, all those fans sitting behind him recognized that that ball was headed for the bleachers. Curtain call for Aramis Ramirez.
And he's now 1 home run away from 200 in his career. These two teams combined for 9 runs in the first 2 games, 14 already, as Flores gets Barrett pop out to 3rd. So the Cardinals have come back twice, and now the Cubs coming from behind. And they want to win a close one. The Cubs have not won a game decided by 2 or 1 all year.
This feels a little bit like a Coors Field ball game today. Whoever has the last at bat still has a chance to win the ball game. And today, that's the good guys.
Strike 1 on Jock. Cubs got to Wainwright for 12 hits. A little bit below the knees. Well, you have a football score at the moment, 7-7, and Robbie Gold, Bears kicker, will be the 7th inning stretch guest conductor. Another guy whose name was probably mispronounced. Shouldn't be anymore. Swing and a miss to end the inning. 3-run shot by Aramis Ramirez. The curtain call. It's 7-7 after 6.
Making over your life.
It's almost a miracle.
And your relationships.
You need to get some dating done.
The Greg Barron Show.
Take a look.
Weekdays at 2 on Superstation WGN.
Have you enjoyed a Budweiser lately? Because I can only describe the smoothness you'll get from Beechwood aging. I can only tell you about the choicest hops. But if you really want to understand what makes Budweiser the king of beers, you have to taste it. Just taste it. The perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
Come spring and summer, our yard is our family room. We sleep in there, but we definitely live out here.
I really just like the feeling of the grass.
We like a healthy lawn, and it's got to be durable, and our lawn really is both.
A healthy lawn means that we can get out there, feel comfortable in the grass.
We use Scott's Turf Builder Plus 2. It feeds the lawn, and it kills dandelions.
We hate dandelions. We don't like to have them around.
I got some good old-fashioned grass stains on my pants. That's a sign of a good day. We had a lot of fun. I want to do it again tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's our Scott's lawn.
My Civic is super quick.
My Civic is built to last.
It handles like a total sports car.
It's very fuel efficient.
When I first saw it, I was like, are you kidding me?
Hey, it's a Honda. And I hear they've got the best resale value of anyone out there.
Seriously?
Yeah, according to Kelly Blue Book.
I can live with that.
Me too, man.
Aramis Ramirez with a 3-run homer, and it's now 7-7 as we get into the 7th inning.
A lot of crooked numbers on that scoreboard today. Not necessarily what pitching coaches like to see, but certainly expected on a day like this here at Wrigley Field with the wind blowing straight out close to 20 miles an hour.
Back up the middle, and it's Ronnie Cedeno behind second, and he throws him out. Gets Chris Duncan. American flag flying, 7-7 as we get into the final 3 innings. Pujols is 1 for 3, scored a run in the 4th inning. Neil Kotz is up in the pen. The kick and the 0-2 pitch is high on Pujols. 1 ball, 2 strikes. See, Michael wants it down, and he struck him out. How about 94 on the gun from Michael Wirtz?
We talked about Michael's last outing. He went more to his fastball and straight changeup. Certainly word has gotten around the league that Michael Wirtz relies heavily on that slider. This time just blows a heater right by a good fastball hitter.
So at 2 outs, it's Roland, who's had a perfect afternoon. 3 hits, including a home run. And Michael ahead, 0-2. Robbie Gould coming up with our 7th inning stretch. Wirtz came in at a 1-2-3 6th, and he's trying to do the same in the 7th. 22 hits and 14 runs combined. Little tapper. This is going to be a tough play. Michael throws late. So a 4 for 4 afternoon for Roland.
That's unfortunate. Michael Wirtz made a good pitch. Scott Rolen couldn't have rolled it out there any better than he did. A swinging bunt. Just trickles down that third base side in no man's land. Really not an easy play for any of the Cubs defenders, and Scott Rolen just beats it out for an infield hit.
And Piniella coming out, and he's probably going to go with Kotz to face Edmonds. I love watching Lou walk out there. Takes his time, takes a couple of left turns, and he's going to make a double switch. We'll sort it out when we come back. It's 7-7.
The local boys club better make room for Moesha.
We don't need women in the room.
Don't need them. Because when it comes to equal rights,
will this scholarship be open to women?
No.
Don't mess with Mo.
I better what?
You better
It's a gender bending.
Where do we put Mo's blouse?
Permanent press.
Role reversing run-in.
Don't let this apron fool you, bruh.
Next time on Moesha.
Boom.
Tomorrow at 4 Eastern on Superstation WGN.
It's down to the top 3. The American Idols are taking you home.
So how you guys feeling?
With exclusive interviews.
I think the only thing that I would change or do differently.
Plus.
Last week, you said that America got it wrong when they voted off Tamira. What should America have done to get it right?
American Idol Rewind.
Tonight at 8 on Superstation WGN.
Come spring and summer, our yard is our family room. We sleep in there, but we definitely live out here.
I really just like the feeling of the grass.
We like a healthy lawn, and it's got to be durable, and our lawn really is both.
A healthy lawn means that we can get out there, feel comfortable in the grass.
We use Scott's Turf Builder Plus 2. It feeds the lawn, and it kills dandelions.
We hate dandelions. We don't like to have them around.
I got some good old-fashioned grass stains on my pants. That's a sign of a good day. We had a lot of fun. I want to do it again tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's our Scott's lawn.
Time now for a Bud Light fan cam on a wonderful Sunday at Wrigley.
That day was such a wonderful day. Well, I lost my mind. I have lost my mind 1,000 times.
OAR with a great track called Wonderful Day from their Stories of a Stranger release. Bud Light on our WGN Sports Bud Light fan cam. Always worth it. So here's Kotz trying to get Jim Edmonds and get out of this 7th inning. Runner at first is Scott Rowland. DeRosa's now in right as part of the double switch, so he's going to bat 9th. And Jones is out. With Kotz taking over in his spot in the order. And that's the 6th spot today. Edmonds started the day at 191. He's now up to 220. Well, there's a long way to go here in regulation, but with the 11-man pitching staff and Wade Miller only going 4 2/3, makes a manager and pitching coach think about going to the matchups. And with a double switch, he wants to keep Neil Kotz in more than just this one batter.
Well, that's the main purpose for the double switch is when you want your pitcher to go multiple innings, and his spot is due to come up very quickly, either in the next inning or possibly in 2 innings. So pretty good indicator here that Neil Kotz is going to be in this ball game for a couple of innings if he's effective.
That walk is the first one given up by Cubs pitching. And Kotz is the 4th pitcher to work today. And now it's Scott Spiezio batting right-handed. He doubled off Scott Air from the right side in the 5th inning. And here comes a pitching coach. Well, this is one of those days you just got to hang with it. Lead changes, big home runs.
Well, what'll happen on a day like this today, you know, with the wind blowing out, beautiful warm weather, it'll scare pitchers out of the strike zone. They see some pitches get whacked up into the bleachers and all of a sudden start nibbling around the edges of the zone, falling behind in the count, which just compounds your problems. Cubs pitching staff has been successful up to this point of the season by attacking that strike zone, getting ahead in the count, putting the hitters on the defensive.
And as you indicated earlier, it's the kind of day where you want to bat last. Tapper foul.
Lou just passed the 2-mile mark in today's ball game, walking back and forth in that dugout.
Didn't miss by much. 2 balls and a strike. He cannot sit, nor can he stand still. He has been pacing throughout. The 2-1 to Spezio, fouled off to the right.
I mean, for me, Scott Spezio from the right side of the plate, you have to stay away from him. He wants to pull the ball. He's looking for something from the middle of the plate in, whether it's a fastball or an off-speed pitch. He wants to pull the ball to left field when he's a right-handed hitter. See the comparative numbers for the switch hitter.
Wirtz started the inning. Koch trying to end it with no damage. And he missed. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
This misses down low. You see Michael wants it up. The pitch is down low, and you can see Michael tracking that pitch when he had to reach down to catch it. Goes a little further out of the strike zone. Probably a better pitch than it appeared.
Runners go on the 3-2 and a fly ball deep to left, but now Floyd coming in. Not as well hit as we thought. And he caught it for the out. Robbie Gould coming up.
The game is Chicago Bears Pro Bowl kicker, Robbie Gould.
Fans, are you ready? And a 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Let's get some runs.
Switch to Valvoline's Max Life, and there's no telling how long your car will keep going. Max Life not only protects against friction, but also leaks, deposits, and sludge, the 4 major causes of high-mileage engine breakdown. Long live your car.
Yes, it's time to vacation, Dollar Millionaire style.
Road trip!
With outstanding McDonald's fries and outlandish legroom. This cabin is first class all the way.
Oh, these people don't fly coach, but they're pretty fly.
They're also decked up with decadent double cheeseburgers and other dollar menu delicacies. No, they don't need a 5-star hotel. They've got 5 million.
How do you build TV's funniest family comedy?
This would be good.
First, hammer out a solid foundation of laughs.
I'm the tool man. I can fix anything.
Fine, then zip up your fly and let's go.
Then plug in the jokes.
Oh, no.
And finish it off with wall-to-wall hilarity.
Well, you could have given me some warning. Where would the fun be in that?
Home Improvement, built for laughs, 5 days a week.
Weekdays at 6 on Superstation WGN.
Bottom of the 7th, and Ronnie Cedeno starts it. A 7-7 tie. So we've got a football score, and Robbie Gould, Bears kicker, is in the booth with us. How you doing, Robbie?
Good, thanks. Thanks for having me, guys.
It's great to have you with us. Got to ask you right off the bat, do nerves play into it when you go kick a big 49-yard field goal in overtime in the playoffs, or are you just locked in? Are you zoned in?
You know, I think I was more nervous to sing the 7th inning stretch and throw the first pitch than I was kicking that 49-yarder.
Well, that's funny. Well, Cedeno hits it in the air, left center. Duncan makes a catch. Well, time to have a ball with our friends at the Illinois Lottery as you threw out the first pitch today. Yeah, the Pro Bowl kicker and having a ball before the game in front of a packed house at Wrigley.
Did you think about putting the ball on the rubber and just kicking it toward home plate?
You know, I thought about it beforehand, but I thought I might not be able to kick it to the plate. So I thought I'd use my arm a little bit better.
Felix PA is at the plate with 1 out. Now, you're from Pennsylvania. Your favorite baseball team growing up was?
Well, I really didn't have a favorite baseball team, but I came out here about 12 years ago for a family vacation, so I'm definitely a Cubs fan.
Good answer.
Yeah, great answer.
You know, we've talked here all day, Robbie, about the wind and how it affects play, and I would imagine at Soldier Field you get some games where the wind really plays with your kicks over there.
Oh, definitely. You know, it's kind of crazy, but whenever I came here today to sit in my seat, the first thing I looked at was the flag. So I don't know if it's just being in a sports venue in Chicago trying to check out the wind, but it's definitely one of those things in Chicago you got to take full advantage of figuring out exactly where and how hard it's blowing.
Now, what is your off-season workout regimen like as compared to, you know, a different sort of position? You know,
for field goal kickers, it's pretty much the same as everybody else. We started about 2 weeks ago lifting and running, and I've been around in the Chicago area pretty much the whole off-season from the time I got back from Hawaii to try to get ready and make another push. And the biggest thing is I want to win the Super Bowl. You know, I don't want to just get to it this year, and hopefully we can, you know, get back on the right track, and it all starts in preseason.
Good connection here. A former college quarterback at Penn, Mark DeRosa. And he swings and strike 1. How about your relationship with Brad Maynard on and off the field? That's a very important one, your holder, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. You know, Pat Manley's just as important. We have a great working relationship, and we spend a lot of time outside of football hanging out. And they're actually really good golfers. So for kickers, you know, everyone else hates the fact that we get a chance to golf a lot, but those guys can really hit a golf ball too.
Robbie, great to have you. And how about another long field goal streak this year? We'd love to see it.
Well, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me, and let's go Cubs.
You got it. 7-7. That's right.
American Idol Rewind. It's where fate and fame collide. Go behind the scenes and relive the astonishing moments of Season 1. American Idol Rewind. Sunday at 8 Eastern on Superstation WGN. Brought to you by CC's Pizza, where you can enjoy our endless buffet of pizza, pasta, salad, and desserts.
Hi, can you tell me, how are the rooms at that hotel?
Very nice curtains and TV as video games.
Uh-huh. And the rooms at your hotel?
There's a bed and some tables.
Right.
Want to talk to someone who really knows hotels? Call the experts at Hotels.com. They've got the inside scoop on over 70,000 properties. They're available 24/7, and they'll always find you the best price guaranteed. Just log on or call 800-2HOTELS now. Hotels.com. We know hotels inside and out.
Parents, step away from the controls. Let your kids fill their cup with 6 different sodas and eat pizza topped with macaroni and cheese. Attaboy. CC's, the endless pizza, pasta, salad, and dessert buffet for under $5.
Great news! Now there's a sale that's good for you and the environment. It's the laundry trade-in sale at Sears. Start saving money and energy today. When you trade in your old washer, we'll give you $100 off any high-efficiency washer, like the Kenmore HE5T, the Oasis, or the Whirlpool Cabrio. If you trade in your old dryer too, we'll give you an extra $75 off the matching dryer. Then save some of your own energy. We'll haul away your old machine and deliver your new one free after mail-in rebate. Now through Friday, Sears.
This is potentially my greatest undertaking ever.
When Lewis pulls his biggest prank,
It's snowing! Come on, man! Faster with the ice!
will it snowball out of control? Even Stevens, tomorrow at 5 Eastern.
Beautiful day, and the Cubs want to end it with their first home series win. Trying to take the rubber game. They're in a 7-7 tie with the Cardinals. And the 1-0 to Kennedy. Now 2 balls, no strikes. The 2-0 pitch, ball 3. No better place to be on a day like this than the ballpark. That one's in there to make it 3-1. Cubs would like to extend get well wishes to big Cubs fan George Bernero. Swing and a miss. So Neal has gotten back in it. He grew up rooting for the St. Louis Cardinals. And really looking forward to next weekend as he walks the leadoff man here in the 8th. This year, when you can't be at home to watch the Cubs on TV, check out MLB.tv. You can watch every out-of-market game of the season live online, even when you're traveling. And this year, live radio broadcasts are included with a subscription to MLB.tv. For more details, visit Cubs.com, where baseball is always on. Molina showing bunt and takes a strike.
I didn't think we'd reach a point in this ball game today where you would see a sacrifice bunt attempt. Preston Wilson has moved out into the on-deck circle for the Cardinals. Tony having his catcher show bunt on that first pitch. We'll see how they play at the remainder of this bat. Molina's a guy he likes to use to play hit and run as well.
So the situation has Ramirez at third on the grass and ready to charge hard if Molina can put one down. Maybe he'll pop it up and Michael will tackle him. Kind of like Friday. Neal's hometown is about 20 minutes east of St. Louis, Lebanon, Illinois. Willie McGee was his favorite Cardinal when he was a kid. But he's not a Cardinal fan anymore. His fiancée Jamie is a huge Cubs fan, so she was thrilled when she heard that Neal had been traded from the White Sox to the Cubs.
Well, these pickoff attempts at first base here in a possible sacrifice bunt situation, those have to come from the bench to the catcher, and the catcher gives them to the pitcher. You cannot freelance in this situation. Derek Lee wants to get as much of a jump toward home plate as he can and needs to know whether Neal Cott's going to deliver the ball to home plate or is he going to attempt to pick off at first base. This is one particular situation where the pitcher does not have the leeway to throw over there on his own.
So the wheels are spinning now. Molina showed bunt on the first pitch. The second one was a pitch out. And a runner goes. They haven't picked off. Kennedy is thrown out. 1-3 and ended up at 6. Well, Tony not happy. The Cubs guessed right and the Cardinals did not.
It's good to see another team make a fundamental base running mistake. You have to believe that this was going to be a hit and run attempt with Kennedy on the move. Boy, as the runner on a hit and run, you have to make sure that pitcher delivers the ball to home plate. The idea is not to steal second base. It's just to be in motion when that pitch is delivered to home plate. It's all on the batter to protect the runner.
So the Cardinals now have been caught 7 times. They only have 5 successful steals all year. That's a terrible percentage. I mean, you want to be up over 70% if you can, and they haven't even been at 50%. The 3-2 on the way, and there's ball 4. Kotz has walked 3.
Well, we talked about fundamental mistakes. We'll see the Neal Cott's pickoff at first base. Kennedy on the move. What appeared to be a hit and run turns into an easy out at second base, and that's the kind of stuff that'll drive managers crazy.
And Preston Wilson is going to pinch hit, and Lou He's up a couple of steps. He wants Michael to go out and chat with Cox. So 2 walks in the inning, but they are helped out on the pickoff / caught stealing. Bob Howery's going to come in to face Preston Wilson when we resume.
Before you order your next beer, consider this. Budweiser still goes to the expense of Beechwood aging, an original old world style of lagering. And Budweiser cares enough to own and maintain world-renowned hop farms. A perfect choice in every corner bar, in every corner of the world. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
Welcome to California.
We cruise.
We fly.
We run.
We go with the flow.
We let go.
And we believe one simple thing.
That every day in California is your lucky day.
Is your lucky day.
So there's just one thing you have to ask yourself.
How fast can you get here?
Find yourself in California. Southwest Airlines is taking low fares farther with more than 90 daily flights from Chicago Midway to these cities.
You are now free to move about the country.
Let's meet today's Celebrity Bat Kids, brought to you by Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs. Today we have 6-year-old Danny Sutton Farrell from Highland Park, Illinois, and James Conway, a 13-year-old from Lake Bluff, Illinois. Having a great time today thanks to our friends at Walgreens. For information and official rules of the Walgreens Celebrity Bat Kids sweepstakes, go to www.wgnradio.com.
So here's the situation. Runner at first with 1 out. Tie ball game in the 8th. And it's Bob Howery versus Preston Wilson, who hit a game-winning 2-run homer in game 1. That was off Ted Lilly in the 7th. Wilson 1 for 6 with a double and 2 strikeouts in his career against Howery. Molina is the Cardinal at first base, and it's low and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. But Barrett taking care of home plate. Good numbers for Wilson.
31 RBIs in 31 ball games here at Wrigley Field.
Molina being held by Lee. Cubs want 2 up the middle. Here's the pitch. Fastball missing. 2-1.
It's one of those dangerous situations. You want the ball down in the zone, trying to get that ground ball for an inning-ending double play, but Preston Wilson is a real good ground ball, or rather low ball hitter. I believe Bob Howery is going to continue to pound that outside corner at the knees, trying to get Wilson to roll over on one of those pitches.
And a base hit past Cedeno. And right to Cliff Floyd.
This pitch from Bob Howery caught a little bit too much of the plate. Slider that just kind of stayed up there above the knees on the outer third. Wilson reaches out and hooks it back to the left side, just over Ronnie Cedeno into left field.
Remember, Kennedy, after he walked, got nabbed as Koch threw to Lee, who then fired to Cedeno. That looks like a big play at the moment. Cardinals put the next 2 guys on. Lou Piniella chatting with Matt Sinatro, his first base coach. One strike on Miles. Cardinals led at 1.74 until Aramis Ramirez tied it with a 3-run homer in the 6th. Here's a pitch. Sliced foul down along the left field line.
And once again, much like they did earlier in the ballgame, the Cubs have Cliff Floyd shifted way over toward the line in left field. Fairly deep because of the wind, but big gap in left center, big gap in right center for Aaron Miles.
Howie trying to put him away, and he missed away. And the birds are back in town. The Seagulls are circling the ballpark. They're about 6 or 7 out in right field.
Would that constitute a flock of seagulls?
Yes, it would, I suppose. Ryan Franklin is up. You must have been a big fan. It's low. 2-2. They are searching long and hard for some food. Wondering why everybody's staring at them. The 2-2 pitch. This has the makings of one of those epic battles. The guy who is just going to keep fighting to make contact. And what Howie would love is some bad contact. A ground ball to second base. Here it comes again. A liner is caught by Terrio for the Bears. Got him. Double play. That'll work. So Miles lines into a 4-3 double play. Hit it at somebody. That's what the pitcher wants. They just got Wilson.
Chicago Cubs baseball is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. With more flights to more places than ever before, Southwest is taking low fares even farther. Visit southwest.com.
Searching other websites for low fares? Better get comfortable. Fly one of Southwest Airlines' 7 daily nonstops from Chicago Midway to Long Island for just $39 one way.
You are now free to move about the country.
Fast-acting Roundup. So effective, it even beats the weather. Roundup kills to the root and works so fast, nothing can stop it, not even the rain. So weeds go down and stay down, guaranteed. Roundup. Faster, better, rainproof.
They're not just changing tires, they're changing lives. NASCAR Angels, Saturday at 1 on Superstation WGN.
Still tied at 7 as we head to the bottom of the 8th. A couple of big defensive plays in that top half of the 8th inning. The pickoff by Neil Kotz at first base, and then the double play. There was a pickoff. I'm sorry, getting a little ahead of myself. Adam Kennedy with a boneheaded base running play, and then the double play to end the inning. Boy, Terrio Really thinking ahead right there. Could have gone to second base, decided the easiest play was to go to first. His momentum was leading him that way. Nice catch on the line drive. Good strong throw to Derek Lee for the double play.
So Wilson stays into play right, and Ryan Franklin is on the pitch. And this is the 4th time Ryan Theriot has led off an inning. The other 3 times he reached base. Check swing, strike. Mark Carlson made the call from first. We saw Franklin a scoreless inning on Friday. He knocks it down, has time, spins, throws to Pujols, and Theriot retired.
Ball looked like it was headed back up the middle of the field for another base hit from our Southwest.com RoboCam. Franklin gets a glove on it, knocks it down. Plenty of time to throw on to first for the out. Yeah, Franklin came on Friday, pitched 1 clean inning. Took about 25 minutes. Was shaking off everything his catcher was calling. Took a long time to get on the same page with his catcher.
Floyd without a hit. 0 for 4. There's the hit. 1 for 5. Right on cue.
Thirteenth hit of the ball game for the Cubs. Cliff Floyd finally finds the promised land. Pitched down over the heart of the plate, hooks it back through that hole in the right side of the infield.
Three runs for Derek Lee. Give him 14 on the year. Strike 1. The kick and the pitch inside. Going into action today, Jose Reyes of the Mets leading the league with 20 runs. Closer Ryan Dempster getting ready. And that's a pitch that we've seen called a strike today.
Until you get to 2 strikes, there's no point in swinging at this pitch anyway. A slider on the outside corner moving further away. That's an easy ground ball right at somebody if you swing at it. Now with 2 strikes, you'll have to protect a little bit more. That one too far off the plate. Derek Lee faced Ryan Franklin on Friday. First at bat he'd ever had against Franklin, who spent the majority of his career over in the American League. He flied out to right field, hit the ball well.
The 2-2 to Lee. Ooh. He hangs in 3-2. A keen eye from D. Lee.
Now the question is, if he throws this pitch one more time, what's he going to call? And a strike once and a ball once.
Fans are up. 40,193. Franklin ready. Floyd not running, and a foul. We're deadlocked at 7 since the Ramirez 3-run homer in the 6th. Cubs have led a couple of times. Quick throw to first. That was a pretty good pickoff attempt from Franklin. Floyd was not that far off first base. Floyd runs this time, and a high fly, medium depth and center. And with 2 outs, it'll be Ramirez. Shadows have not yet reached home plate, but they're getting close. So most of the field's still in the sun. The only part in the shade is right in the left field corner. There's a drive out to Edmonds. No problem. Inning over. Let's go to the 9th. It's 7-7.
Lizzie McGuire celebrates life as a teenager, where anything and everything could go wrong. But with the help of her family and friends, everything will be all right.
Yeah, right.
It's where school, cool, and exciting adventures are just around the corner.
1 out of 3 isn't so bad.
Get inside her head. Lizzie McGuire. Weekday afternoons on Superstation WGN.
No matter what the label looks like, no matter how you say it, one beer is the perfect choice at any corner bar in any corner of the world. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
You know, testing my blood sugar is such a hassle.
Mom, why not make your life easier? Try the Breeze 2 meter. It's the one I use because it has 10 tests in one disc, and I never have to code.
Introducing the new Breeze 2 meter from Bayer. With no coding and now a smaller blood sample and results in 5 seconds. It's easier than ever. Call 800-554-9393 or go online now to get your free Breeze 2 meter, a $65 value.
That sounds a lot easier.
That's easy accuracy. Answered by Bayer.
New Turtle X Ice Liquid Clay Bar deep cleans your car's finish, removing light scratches, swirl marks, bugs, tar, and oxidation. Its easy-to-use triple layer formula is safe for all painted surfaces. New Ice Liquid Clay Bar, the perfect finish restoring product.
How do we do the soup, salad, and breadsticks lunch at Olive Garden? We start with the salad, then pass around the breadsticks, and finish with the perfect bite.
Our unlimited fresh salad, homemade soup, and warm breadsticks lunch, just $5.95, only at Olive Garden.
Hey, Cub fans, have you checked out our WGN Cubs baseball podcast on WGNTV.com? Bob and I, along with our podfather, Bob Vorwald, will record the newest podcast after the ball game for this week's episode. Go to WGNTV.com, click on the link for Len and Bob's podcast. Download, view, and enjoy. Boy, the studio's looking just about done. Bob, how are you going to work again against Chris Duncan? What's left to be done here?
Well, high-speed internet hookup isn't quite in place yet, and also the underground mall. They're talking with several retail giants about an anchor store for the underground mall, so a few details to tie up.
Your penthouse really coming around. But I was told, I don't know if you were given the memo, that you have to furnish it yourself. They'll build it for you, but you have to get the furniture up there.
A couple of beanbag chairs, and we're good to go. TV trays.
Another one laced foul, 1-2. The Snoop Cam keeping an eye on us today.
If you don't see the Snoop Cam in another telecast this year, it's because we put it out in the podcast studio.
I'm sure it'll end up there at some point. Howery came in the 8th and eventually got Aaron Miles to line into a 4-3 double play. Three and 2 with Pujols next. A lot of incentive to throw a strike here to Chris Duncan, although he hit a 2-run homer in the 5th. Here it is, and he walked him.
The Cubs pitching staff really playing with fire in the last 3 innings of the ball game here. Neil Kotz came in, walked 3 batters. Now Bob Howery with a leadoff walk here in the top half of the 9th inning. Cubs pitching had not walked a batter through the first 6 2/3 innings of this ball game.
Dangerous proposition, walking the leadoff hitter in front of Pujols. Well, not everybody knew he was going to be this good. Albert Pujols was a 13th round pick in 1999.
You surprised he's not bunting?
No.
No.
First player to begin his career with 6 straight seasons batting at least .300 with 30 homers, 100 runs, and 100 RBIs. Not the kind of hitter you would ever really ask to bunt, although I bet he could. June 16th, 2001, if you're looking for the last time he's laid down a bunt in a sacrifice situation.
I wonder what that situation must have been where you asked this guy to put down a sac bunt.
Well, he was a rookie, I guess. That's probably why.
You know, he may have taken it upon himself against a pitcher that maybe he had struggled against or didn't feel like he was seeing the ball that well on a given night.
Well, for the most part, his walks continue to go up. He went down a little bit last year, but over 90 on the year, and his strikeouts go down. And he's hit over 40 home runs each of the last 4 years. 2-2 on the way, base hit. First and second with no outs. And in talking about how great Pujols is as a hitter, Scott Rowland is a perfect 4 for 4 on the afternoon, and he digs in. 7 total bases for Rowland.
And in his major league career, going back to 1996 when he broke in with the Philadelphia Phillies, he's had 1 sacrifice bunt in his career.
Right field, and he's 5 for 5, and the Cardinals will get 2. And Rowland's on his way to third, and he slides in safely. A career high 5 hits for Scott Rowland. 3 singles, a home run, and now a triple. And it's 9-7.
Well, in RBI situations, a guy like Scott Rowland doesn't necessarily look to pull the ball out of the ballpark. An inside-out swing on a fastball down. Finds grass down in that right field corner. Watch Albert Pujols. He knew exactly where Mark DeRosa was playing. Saw the flight of the ball off the bat of Scott Rowland, and he was off to the races and scored from first base without a play.
What a day for Rowland. And the infield is in against Jim Edmonds. Still nobody out. And what may have to happen at some point, if Howard can't get out of this, is Lou may be forced to go to his closer with his team down just to get out of this inning. Up and in. Two balls and a strike.
It seems so odd to watch Bob Howery struggle with his command out there on the mound. Not like he's missing his spots by much, but He was almost robotic last year. When he would come into the game, he rarely made mistakes where the opposing hitters could get good swings at him. He either hit his spot or missed further in his favor.
Rollins going to hold. A little short bobble by Terrio, but it didn't hurt him as he throws out Edmonds. Very strange start to the year for the Cardinals. 10 runs in their previous 2 Sundays each, and they have 9 today. Skip Schumacher batting for Franklin, who has a chance for the win. Pitch out, thinking maybe a squeeze would be on. Popped out of the mid of Barrett on the foul. Not too many have left, but everybody pretty quiet right now. After Scott Rowland picked up his career best 5th hit and giving the Cardinals a 2-run lead, 9-7. The 1-1 to Schumacher. Couldn't pull the trigger, and it missed for ball 2. 2-1. Well, maybe Robbie Gould's still hanging around. Down 2, you need 3 at this point. Popped up. And Ramirez backpedaling with the catch and foul ground. 2 away. Well, Jason Isringhausen getting ready for a save opportunity in the last of the 9th. Michael Barrett due to lead off. We're going to intentionally walk Adam Kennedy and go after Yadier Molina.
And we saw the Cubs pitch out on the first pitch to the pinch hitter Schumacher. And with the lead in the ball game, I think Tony's less likely to use that squeeze play. We know he likes to use the squeeze, but I think especially early in the season, he doesn't want to show it too often. He doesn't want to make other teams aware that he's going to use that play until he absolutely needs it and has the right personnel on base and at the plate. It's always in the back of your mind when you're playing against a Tony La Russa managed team. Runner at third base, less than 2 outs. The squeeze is always a possibility.
So they're at the corners, and it's Molina who got on in the 8th via the walk. He was 0 for 3 before that. And he takes the pitch off the plate inside. Scott Rowland with a 2-run triple. And as we stand currently, wiping out that 3-run homer by Aramis Ramirez to tie it. So it'll be Barrett, then a pinch hitter for Howry, and Ronnie Cedeno in the bottom of the 9th. And one of the questions you have is, would Lou consider using Alfonso Soriano as a pinch hitter? Bounce to third. It's a foul ball.
I'm not sure why Angel Hernandez made the call on that ball. Ramirez fielded it well in front of the bag at third. Normally that's the home plate umpire's call. I mean, the call was right, no question about it. Second bounce takes it into foul territory. Ramirez clearly fields it in foul territory. And you can see Angel Hernandez made the call first. The ball was close to third base. And like I said, they got it right. Bottom line, no harm, no foul.
Soriano's been out of action for almost a week with a strained hamstring. The 1-2 pitch, driven foul. And that's a souvenir. Cardinals with 14 hits. The Cubs have 13 on a very windy day. Wind blowing out. A lot of runs have been scored today. Florida beat Washington 12-6. Atlanta over the Mets 9-6. Philadelphia beat the Reds 9-3. Ryan Howard with his second home run. Milwaukee over Houston 4-3 the final. Rockies dumped the Padres 4-2. Well, those are all finals in the National League. Tigers beat the White Sox in 12 6-5 in Detroit. Another one toward third. This time it's fair. And he got him on the tag for the out. So Rolen gives the Cardinals a 2-run lead. 3 outs to go. Cubs coming up.
American Idol Rewind. It's where fate and fame collide. Go behind the scenes and relive the astonishing moments of Season 1. American Idol Rewind. Sunday at 8 Eastern on Superstation WGN. Brought to you by CC's Pizza, where you can enjoy our endless buffet of pizza, pasta, salad, and desserts.
Hello.
Hey, Bert.
Stand up. I've been brushing up on my game.
Think Marcia saw?
Nope. But she'll see this.
You see, Gary, while you're playing that football game, I have GameFly. I rent from over 4,000 video game titles online, giving me millions of moves.
Oh, man.
Say it.
GameFly starts for as low as $8.95. Just mail the games back for free and get more. No late fees and cancel any time. Hey, Marcia.
Product shown rated E through M.
So far, nothing in here says Scary Bachelor. I really like the small color.
Yeah, I can't take credit for that. That's Lauren, my ex.
On the next Sex in the City.
Can you get to a future if your past is present?
Remember that dress?
Yes.
You look good in that dress.
Big is no more threat to Burger than Lauren is to me.
Hey, Jack, it's Lauren. Call me. I want to talk to you.
Sex in the City.
Tonight at 11 Eastern on Superstation WGN.
9-7 Cardinals. The Cubs still have 3 outs to work with in a slugfest today at Wrigley. And wholesale changes for Tony La Russa. David Eckstein comes in and he plays shortstop. So Miles moves from short to second. Skip Schumacher stays in and plays left, and the new pitcher is their closer, Jason Isringhausen.
Isringhausen a perfect 4 for 4 in save opportunities, including Friday night. Gave up a hit and a walk in the 9th inning.
And the Cubs need a runner to put the tying run at the plate. Matt Merton is on deck in Howry's spot. And it's 1-1 on Barrett. The kick and the pitch. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cubs got 2 in the opening inning on a 2-run single by Jock Jones. Cardinals tied it in the second. Edmonds with a blast, base hit, good start. So the lead has changed a couple of times today. Well, he looks ready if needed. He's got the helmet, the gloves, everything. I don't know if Lou told him to do it. He might be trying to talk his way into it, but well, I have a feeling we're going to see Soriano here at some point. We're going to see Merton now. And the first pitch to Matt is low.
Isringhausen, obviously one of the premier closers in Major League Baseball, but has not fared well here at Wrigley Field. An ERA of just under 5, 0-3 record in 16 games.
I'm going to go back to your line. Whoever's batting last has a pretty good shot here, but that doesn't help. Boy, no throw by Eckstein. I think Pujols wanted him to try to double off Barrett, but Eckstein decided to hold on to it. So a line out for the first out, and it could have been worse for the Cubs.
Yeah, and Michael Barrett reacted towards second base as that ball was put into play. He takes a couple, 3 steps towards second base. David Eckstein catches the ball flat-footed and decides to hold on to the ball. As Michael went back to first base, he really came inside the baseline, trying to get himself right there, you see, in line with any possible throw from the shortstop back to first base.
Popped foul by Ronnie. Alfonso Soriano is on deck. He would bat for Felix PA. And the only concern you would have is that he has to try to beat out a double play ball. Now 1-1. Each team with 14 hits, no errors, and a bunch of home runs. Cubs with 2, Barrett and Ramirez. The Cardinals had 3. Edmonds, Duncan, and Rowland. Foul tip. Isringhausen has his sign and back on a 1-2. Foul back. Well, we've seen a lot of pitches, well over 300 pitches combined. Bullpens have been busy. Adam Wainwright went 5 1/3. Wade Miller just 4 2/3, and each starter charged with 7 earned runs.
And a lot of those pitches have been away from the hitter, whether it be a righty or a lefty, trying to keep the ball in the ballpark with the wind blowing the way it is today. We'll see another one away.
Swing and a miss for the second out.
This pinch hitter brought to you by Just for Men. Just for Men, stay in the game. Coming on to pinch hit for center fielder PA, number 12, Alfonso Soriano.
So the Ponds coming to bat with a runner on and 2 outs. He hasn't made a living out of pinch hitting. He's used to playing every day. And he's 0 for 2 with 2 walks and a strikeout against Isringhausen.
Well, he's up there looking to do one thing right now, and that's hit a ball in the bleachers. Isringhausen more than likely is just going to cut that fastball away from him, maybe throwing breaking balls on the outer part of the plate, breaking off the plate away.
Soriano hasn't seen any action since Monday when he left with a hamstring strain. Here's a pitch. Fastball for a strike.
Cubs hitters trying to slow Isringhausen down. He wants to get into a fast rhythm, get the ball back from his catcher, get up on the rubber, prepare to throw another one.
No balls, 2 strikes. Can't imagine Isringhausen is going to throw anything anywhere near the strike zone on maybe the next 2 pitches.
He's got a couple to play with right here, and an aggressive hitter at the plate who will chase a bad pitch, as he just proved on the 0-1 pitch there, chasing a curveball in the dirt.
The 0-2 to Soriano. He fought it off big time.
Got a hanger too. Isringhausen got away with a hanging breaking ball right there on the inside part of the plate. If you're in a more aggressive hitting mode, that's a ball that gets hit a long way, but with a 2-strike count, you just have to protect the plate. That ball's put right there on a tee inside, but Soriano just trying to stay alive, fight off anything close. Only gets a piece of it.
Another 0-2 to Soriano. He broke his bat and he fouled it right off the tarp.
Kind of surprising. Isringhausen did come inside with a fastball right there. Got in on the hands of Soriano, broke his bat. Barrel ended up out in the middle of the infield.
Alfonso due back in the lineup tomorrow. He'll play left, which is where he played last year. And he wasn't left with much on that swing.
The old tent peg. Isringhausen knew the barrel of the bat was somewhere in the vicinity. He wasn't sure quite where. Saw the shadow go by and just ducked out of the way. Slight delay here while they track down another bat for Alfonso Soriano. He'll take an extra minute or 2 to put the pine tar on there. I think Isringhausen and the Cardinals stand out there and wait. That's the kind of thing that'll get you a memo from MLB. I mean, there's a rule about having an extra bat available in the on-deck circle in the event you break one. And Soriano going up as a pinch hitter. There wasn't a spare bat available, so a little delay.
So we resume.
Good job staying alive here. Such a fine margin for error when you throw that breaking ball to Alfonso Soriano. We've talked about what a great low ball hitter he is. I'm sure Isringhausen was trying to bounce that curveball in the dirt, but he left it down around the ankles, which is definitely in his hot zone.
Here's a pitch. Ground ball. Barrett on his way to third. Everybody scattering in the bullpen. And now a single could tie it. What a battle. Soriano on an 0-2 pitch. And a good move here is Torres is going to pinch run for Soriano with the hobbled hamstring. Well enough to hit. Don't want to take any chances here on the bases.
Boy, he got one more breaking ball down and over the plate. Boy, hits that ball right about shin level. Hooks it down that third baseline just past a diving Scott Rowland. He got a piece of it and slowed it down. Rattling around down in that bullpen, which was very fortunate for the Cubs because it gave Soriano an opportunity to get to second base. You can see he's not running 100%. But when that ball rattled around in the Cubs bullpen, he could just walk into second base into scoring position, now replaced by Cesar Torres, representing the tying run.
Well, now you don't have to have a long ball. You just need a hit. And it's Mark DeRosa. Second and third, 2 outs.
DeRosa got the one hit against Jason Isringhausen on Friday night, was taken down for Ronnie Cedeno, the pinch runner, and we know what happened after that, but the only at-bat DeRosa's had against Isringhausen resulted in a base hit.
The 1-0 is outside. Now, would you consider anchoring? Well, I guess if a ball gets by, the only benefit to Barrett scoring would be allowing his tourists to get to third. But Michael's run doesn't matter at all at this point. It's that guy at second with 2 outs. So Michael being a little bit extra cautious at third.
I'll tell you who else is being extra cautious is Jason Isringhausen. None of those 3 pitches have been close enough for Mark DeRosa to even consider swinging at them.
Terrio is on deck. That's the key guy right there is Torres. So 3-1. That was not right down the middle. On the outer edge of the strike zone. Looking for his pitch is DeRosa. Now that one is going to be trouble. It drops. Fair ball. Tie game. That ball pushed back by the wind. It looked like it might even get out of play. It found no man's land, and we are tied 9-9. Oh, baby. Baby, I thought that ball might get out of play, but you could clearly see the wind pushing it back toward fair territory.
That ball may have been over the bleachers as it went down the right field line, but the wind gusting. You can see where Pujols went, the line he took to go where he thought the ball was going to come down, and the wind pushes it back into fair territory. Miles probably with the best chance to make a play. Preston Wilson was shaded over into the gap in right center a little bit, and that ball drops.
So it's Terrio, the runner at first. The winning run is on base.
The bench tracking the flight of the ball. When they see it land fair, they realize this is a tie ball game.
I think everybody in that dugout was praying that that ball was going to be out of play. It looked routine, but when the wind took hold of it, it became anything but.
Well, I have to believe Mark DeRosa thought that ball was headed for the bleachers as well. Otherwise, he should be on second base right now. That ball was in the air an awfully long time. He might have thought it had no chance of coming back fair either.
The 1-1 to Terrio, a bouncer to short. Easy play for Eckstein as he pushes it to Miles. How about some extras in the rubber game? Cubs and Cardinals 9-9.
No matter what the label looks like, no matter how you say it, one beer is the perfect choice at any corner bar in any corner of the world. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
The weather was so much better yesterday.
A bad day in Florida beats a good day almost anywhere else. With over 50 daily flights from Chicago Midway to the Sunshine State, Southwest Airlines is taking low fares farther.
You are now free to move about the country.
What up, P?
Yo, I got an idea.
Well, we talk about the nuances here at Wrigley Field depending on which direction the wind is blowing on a given day. Mark DeRosa hit what he thought was a foul ball in the bleachers down the right field line. You could see him standing at home plate with a little body English, and that ball blew back 5 feet fair. He can only make it as far as first base after standing in the box, and after the inning he tells Mike Quade, he says, I thought that ball was 50 feet foul. Well, you live and you learn. You know, it's a very valuable lesson there. Not sure if it costs the Cubs anything in the grand scheme of things, but nonetheless his base hit ties up the ball game.
Well, it's getting very interesting now. You have his Torres at short, Cedeno at second, and the new center fielder is Matt Merton. That's because PA was taken out for the pinch hitter Soriano. Jones was taken out earlier. There's a bloop, and his Torres won't get to it as Wilson singles off Ryan Dempster. We're in the 10th inning. It's 9-9.
Dempster a perfect 3 for 3 in save opportunities. He has been really good this year. The Cubs now have Will Oman available out of the bullpen, Henry Blanco available off the bench. Cardinals have a whole host of pitchers available out of their bullpen. Only So Taguchi and Gary Bennett available as position players.
Ground ball foul. Dave McKay with nice footwork to get out of the way. There may be some at home who say, you know, how can you have Matt Merton in center field? Well, you know very well you don't manage for the 11th or the 12th or the 13th. You do everything you can to even give yourself a chance to get to extra innings. I mean, we almost saw Jason Marquis play first base the other day.
Well, there's an old saying, you worry about tomorrow, and in a ball game like this you worry about next inning when next inning gets here. You know, you have to tie the game before you even have to consider what you're going to do with your defensive lineup. And once again, considering the conditions today, we didn't think we'd see a lot of sacrifice bunting, but I certainly thought we would see Aaron Miles trying to put one down here with the middle of the Cardinals lineup due up in this inning.
Swung on and missed 1 and 2. Eckstein, a late entry into the ball game, is on deck. DeRosa tying it with a bloop 2-run single to right. Swing and a miss. Miles punched out by Ryan Dempster.
I don't understand how you cannot have Aaron Miles trying to bunt in that particular situation. Move Preston Wilson to second base. David Eckstein was the on-deck hitter, a real good contact hitter. Guy that would figure to move the runner at least to third base. And then you have your boppers coming up after that. No sign of a bunt throughout the entire at bat.
Eckstein lines it off the glove of Ramirez, and no throw by Torres. It seemed as though that little liner handcuffed Ramirez, and it popped out of the glove. It's going to be a hit for Eckstein, first and second.
Ramos playing shallow, taking the bunt away from David Eckstein. That short, quick, aggressive swing just tips off the webbing of the glove. Torres was looking to go to first base to get Eckstein. He probably had a better play at second base on Preston Wilson, who froze initially on the line drive.
And on a day like today, you absolutely have to get Albert Pujols. Scott Rowland has 10 total bases, is 5 out of 5, and has knocked in 3. And he's lurking on deck. drive. Well hit, and it is a 3-run blast. He hit it totally out of the ballpark, and it's now 12-9. Career homer number 255 for Big Albert.
Ball about belt high outside corner of the plate. You let that big man extend his arms like that, he's going to do some damage. Longest home run we've seen in the ball game yet today.
Well, again, Dempster could not mess around with Pujols because of the day Rolen has had. I mean, you can't walk Pujols to face a guy who's 5 for 5, and Pujols able to beat the Cubs closer here in the 10th. 12-9. That is their 4th home run. Fouled back by Rolen.
They need to find a way to get a couple of quick outs here. The Cubs are in the meat of their order. Cliff Floyd, Derek Lee, Ramos Ramirez, Michael Barrett due up in the bottom half of the inning.
Well, there have been 4 comebacks today, and they've all been 2 or more runs. Cardinals were down 2-0. Then they were down 4-2. The Cubs trailed 7-4. And they finally get rolling. They also trailed 9-7, but came back. Well, Cub fans will remember the game back in '84, right? Cardinals Cubs, when Ryne Sandberg did it twice off Bruce Sutter. Maybe it has that feel today. Not over yet.
You would assume that Cliff Floyd will face Tyler Johnson, the left-hander out of the Cardinals bullpen. More than likely the only hitter he'll face. And then for Derek Lee, Ramos Ramirez, and Michael Barrett, we'll see the right-hander Russ Springer.
Swing and a miss. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kick and the offering. Dempster gets all 3 outs on strikeouts, but Albert Pujols with a 3-run homer, and it's now 12-9 St. Louis.
Sorry, dude. Only got 1 left. Hey, I'm gonna grab some nachos. Walter! Watch my Bud Light, buddy.
Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
Does Walter like nachos?
Searching other websites for low fares? Better get comfortable. Fly one of Southwest Airlines' 7 daily nonstops from Chicago Midway to Long Island for just $39 one way.
You are now free to move about the country.
You're messing with the wrong guy.
We're up to 1 million hits.
Sweet.
Who is it?
Chuck Norris.
Yeah, right.
Well, the St. Louis Cardinals, since getting into double digits last Sunday, had scored 11 runs all week, but 12 today. And Albert Pujols with a go-ahead 3-run homer here in the 10th. Left-hander Tyler Johnson will start the bottom of the 10th against Cliff Floyd. Lee, Ramirez, and Barrett after Floyd. Barrett only if somebody gets on. Well, Cubs baseball here on WGN Sports, produced by Pete Toma. Our director is Skip Ellison. Mark Brady is our associate producer. The executive producer of WGN Sports is Bob Vorwald. Thanks as well to our stage manager in the booth, Angie Adocchio. Happy belated birthday to Angie. Our production assistant, Andy Rohr. Our studio coordinator back at WGN, Jeff Carrier. And our great WGN Sports crew here at Wrigley. 2 strikes. Lee on deck. The third of 16 meetings between the Cubs and the Cardinals. We'll match up again next weekend at Busch Stadium. 2 bouncer. Miles throws out Floyd. And here comes La Russa. Pitching change, and we'll be back.
Before you order your next beer, consider this. Budweiser still goes to the expense of Beechwood aging, an original old-world style of lagering. And Budweiser cares enough to own and maintain world-renowned hop farms. A perfect choice in every corner bar, in every corner of the world. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
Come spring and summer, our yard is our family room. We sleep in there, but we definitely live out here.
I really just like the feeling of the grass.
We like a healthy lawn, and it's got to be durable, and our lawn really is both.
A healthy lawn means that we can get out there, feel comfortable in the grass.
We use Scott's Turf Builder Plus 2. It feeds the lawn, and it kills dandelions.
We hate dandelions. We don't like to have them around.
I got some good old-fashioned grass stains on my pants. That's a sign of a good day. We had a lot of fun. I want to do it again tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's our Scott's lawn.
Yes, it's time to vacation, Dollar Millionaire style.
Road trip!
With outstanding McDonald's fries and outlandish legroom. This cabin is first class all the way.
Oh, these people don't fly coach, but they're pretty fly.
They're also decked up with decadent double cheeseburgers and other dollar menu delicacies. No, they don't need them.
First action for Russ Springer since Wednesday. Scoreless inning at San Francisco. Nobody on, and Derek Lee at the plate. 1 out. Bottom 10. 12-9 Cardinals. Rally cap time. Springer from the stretch with nobody on base. Big leg kick, and it's fouled away to make it 0-2 on D. Lee. If Springer gets the final 2 outs, the Cardinals will take this series, and the Cubs will still not have a home series win. There's a strikeout, 2 down. Cubs came in 3-6 at home.
Up the ladder fastball to Derek Lee, gets him to chase a pitch up out of the strike zone. That's another thing the wind blowing out will do to you here at Wrigley Field. You look for pitches up in the zone. If that pitcher can elevate a little higher than you can get to, you can get some swinging strikes and some pop-up outs.
So it's up to Ramirez to get on base. Wainwright, Flores, Franklin, Isringhausen, Johnson, Springer for the Cardinals, Miller, Air, Wirtz, Kotz, Howery, and Dempster for the Cubs. Very busy day for the bullpens. Might be adding some doubts here. There's a drive deep to right. Wilson's back toward the warning track, and it is caught for the final out. Preston Wilson with a leaping catch out in right field, and the Cardinals take 2 of 3. A wacky one today. Lead changes, home runs flying all over the place, foul balls that end up fair for game-tying singles, and ultimately Albert Pujols with a game-winning 3-run homer as the Cardinals beat the Cubs 12-9.
Well, if this is a taste of what we have ahead in this series between the Cubs and the Cardinals this season, buckle up. Should be interesting.
The final today, St. Louis 12, the Cubs 9 in 10. We'll be back.
So far, nothing in here says Scary Bachelor. I really like this wall color.
Yeah, I can't take credit for that. That's Lauren, my ex.
On the next Sex in the City.
Can you get to a future if your past is present?
Remember that dress?
Yes.
You look good in that dress.
Big is no more threat to Burger than Lauren is to me.
Hey, Jack, it's Lauren. Call me. I want to talk to you.
Sex in the
Chicago Cubs baseball. Brought to you by Budweiser. Born in America and enjoyed around the world. This is Budweiser. This is beer. Comcast. Hit a home run with Comcast Digital Voice Home Phone Service. Call today for a great offer. The Illinois Lottery. No matter how you play, play the Illinois Lottery. Have a ball. By Pepsi. Your world, your Pepsi. And by Southwest Airlines. Whether you're traveling for business or pleasure, Southwest can get you there with over 3,000 nonstop daily flights to over 60 destinations. Visit southwest.com today.
Great news! Now there's a sale that's good for you and the environment. It's the laundry trade-in sale at Sears. Start saving money and energy today. When you trade in your old washer, we'll give you $100 off any high-efficiency washer, like the Kenmore HE5T, the Oasis, or the Whirlpool Cabrio. If you trade in your old dryer too, we'll give you an extra $75 off the matching dryer. Then save some of your own energy. We'll haul away your old machine and deliver your new one free after mail-in rebate. Now through Friday, Sears.
Like I said, we live in a society where the individual ego and the group dynamic are in constant struggle.
Response?
Yeah, I have a response. What?
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Nobody said this was going to be easy.
Now, see, if Geico.com had taken that approach, instead of telling everyone it's so easy a caveman can do it, I wouldn't be having an existential meltdown right now.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Chase Freedom. It feels like no other credit card in the world. And it works like no other card, too. Feel free to choose cash back. And then change to points. And then change again, all with the same card and without losing a thing. That's freedom. Chase Freedom. Get it free at chase.com/freedom.
Da Vinci's Inquest, weekdays on Superstation WGN.
This is the Chevy Dealers 10th Inning Show, brought to you by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevrolet dealers.
The wind was howling out of Wrigley Field and a lot of home runs. 6 combined. The Cardinals hit 4. They hit the final big one. Albert Pujols with a 3-run homer in the 10th. Off Ryan Dempster, and the Cubs dropped 2 of 3 this weekend. And they'll go into that series against first place Milwaukee. 4 games under 500. Kind of tough to sort it all out today. We knew, or we thought, we would see a lot of offense. The Cubs had leads early. Wade Miller couldn't hold them. You give the Cubs a lot of credit for coming back, and I thought the biggest play of the game, I mean, Mark DeRosa thought that ball was going to be 50 feet foul. It ended up fair.
Well, the winds were blowing in our direction, at least on that, what appeared to be a foul ball. You could clearly read his lips. He said he thought it was going to be 50 feet foul. The ball ended up 5 feet fair and drove home the runs to tie the game.
Unfortunately, couldn't get it done in extra innings, and the Cubs dropped a long game to San Diego in extras. This was a 3-run ball game, but another close game really throughout, and the Cubs continue to struggle in those situations.
And especially considering the conditions and the way this Cubs lineup is built. At 3 runs, you never really felt they were out of the ball game, but it's a tough way to win games when you have to constantly come from behind.
And looking ahead to tomorrow, Carlos Zambrano back on the mound, and Milwaukee playing very good baseball. It's going to be a tough matchup, and of course the comments, I'm sure Milwaukee will remember them.
A little extra fuel to the fire for the Brewers. You know they're going to come in here, and all their fans are going to drive down from Milwaukee, try to scalp some tickets and get into Wrigley Field and see that matchup tomorrow.
We'll check out the highlights from this one when we come back. The final in 10, St. Louis 12 and the Cubs 9.
On the next Scrubs.
I wasn't going to that funeral to hit on Jamie. I was going to pay my respects.
JD can't get her out of his head.
Don't even mention Tasty Call My Wife, even though I know she's on your mind.
No, she's not.
Yes, I am.
But when feelings get this intense, you just have to let it out.
I dropped something on my toe.
Next Scrubs. Tonight at 11:30 Eastern.
No matter what the label looks like, no matter how you say it, one beer is the perfect choice at any corner bar in any corner of the world. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
How do we do the soup, salad, and breadsticks lunch at Olive Garden? Carol serves the salad, the breadsticks in the middle, and the soups as different as we are.
Our unlimited fresh salad, homemade soup, and warm breadsticks lunch, just $5.95, only at Olive Garden.
Mike! Who's counting on your brakes today? Come to Midas and get brake pads or shoes for just $89.95 per axle installed. Be safe.
Just a Midas touch.
Come spring and summer, our yard is our family room. We sleep in there, but we definitely live out here.
I really just like the feeling of the grass.
We like a healthy lawn, and it's got to be durable, and our lawn really is both.
A healthy lawn means that we can get out there, feel comfortable in the grass.
We use Scott's Turf Builder Plus 2. It feeds the lawn, and it kills dandelions.
We hate dandelions. We don't like to have them around.
I got some good old-fashioned grass stains on my pants. That's a sign of a good day. We had a lot of fun. I want to do it again tomorrow. That's our Scott's lawn.
Huge sellout crowd now filing out and hanging around the Wrigleyville neighborhood. And wow, crazy one today. Unfortunately, the Cubs on the losing end of a 12-9 decision as the Cardinals beat them in the rubber game today. And the pitching had been so good, and you look ahead, and Wade Miller, we don't know what's going to happen. We do know that Angel Guzman is now starting at AAA. This was a day that wasn't easy to pitch, but the Cubs would love to have gotten a little bit more out of Wade Miller today.
Yeah, this was the kind of day for either pitching staff. Whoever made the fewest mistakes had the best chance to win the ball game, because mistakes ended up out in the bleachers or out on Waveland Avenue.
Well, let's check out some of the highlights, and a lot of long balls today. A very windy afternoon. The wind out of the southwest at 18 miles per hour as we got started. The Cubs scored 2 in the first, but then Jim Edmonds negated that with a 2-run homer, his 4th career home run against Wade Miller. That tied it up at 2 apiece. Then in the 3rd inning, Michael Barrett, who's had a lot of success against the St. Louis Cardinals, 3-run homer yesterday. He goes deep, 2-run shot to center. So the Cubs have yet another lead. And then Chris Duncan a little bit later with a 2-run homer. And that gives St. Louis its first advantage of the day. It was 6-4 at that point. 2 batters later, Scott Rowland with his 3rd hit of the day, a home run to make it 7-4. Rowland would go on to have a career-high 5 hits on the afternoon. Bottom 6 now. Aramis Ramirez cranking one off Adam Wainwright. That sent him to the showers. Tie game 7-7. Way up in the bleachers in left center. Crowd wants a curtain call. And it's game on. But then in the 9th inning, Scott Rowland with a 2-run triple off Bob Howry. And that gave the Cardinals yet another lead. Now Howry would get out of the inning eventually with no other run scoring, and that was pretty big. Mark DeRosa thought he hit a ball 50 feet foul down the right field line with 2 outs. But the wind pushed it fair. It landed. Miles couldn't get it. 2 runs in. And we are 9-9 going to the 10th inning. And then into extra innings, Matt Merton playing center, the bench short. Ryan Dempster, the closer, is on in a tie game, and with 2 on, Albert Pujols hit one a miler. And that would end up being the game winner for the St. Louis Cardinals. 12-9 the final, and that's why Albert Pujols makes the kind of money he makes. He is a guy who you never want to face in that spot. Unfortunately, Ryan Dempster had to face him.
And you talk about protection in the lineup. Scott Rowland, the guy hitting behind him, had already had 5 hits on the afternoon. Dempster went right at Pujols, unfortunately left a pitch up and out over the plate where he could really extend his arms and hit that ball a long way.
All right, Lou Piniella is meeting with the media. Let's listen in.
Every time we scored today, they came back and scored the next inning. Something you really don't want to see. You'd like to shut them down for an inning or 2 and keep the momentum on your side.
What do you think of Wade?
Was it the easiest day to pitch?
Are you going to wait for kind of more normal conditions in his future starts to maybe?
We'll see, sir. We'll see what we do.
Once again, the ballpark plays different. You know, another.
Yeah, the wind was blowing out, and the home run ball came into play. What am I going to say? We battled. We play tomorrow. You know what? I need the 12th pitcher in here. We can't go anymore with 11 pitchers. We stretched the rubber band about as far as it needs to be stretched.
So you'd like to have someone up?
We need somebody. We need somebody. This game goes 11 or 12 innings a day, and Ullman pitched 2. I have my closer in the game. What are you going to do?
Is this a learning experience for your new players?
And when we come back, more from Wrigley. We'll have the Culver's sweet defensive play of the game.
The Chevy Dealer's 10th Inning Show is brought to you in part by Culver's Restaurants, home of butter burgers and fresh frozen custard.
Before you order your next beer, consider this. Budweiser still goes to the expense of Beechwood aging, an original old-world style of lagering. And Budweiser cares enough to own and maintain world-renowned hop farms. A perfect choice in every corner bar, in every corner of the world. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
You know how it goes. There's your love life. And there's your life. That's why for guys like me with ED, there's Cialis. Cialis is the only erectile dysfunction tablet clinically proven to both go to work fast, in as little as 30 minutes for some men, and work up to 36 hours. With Cialis, I can have the option of being ready fast, or have up to 36 hours to relax, knowing I can be ready when the moment is finally right.
Tell your doctor about your medical conditions and all medications, and ask if you're healthy enough for sexual activity. Don't take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Don't drink alcohol in excess with Cialis. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help if you experience priapism, an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease in vision, stop taking Cialis and call your doctor right away.
Why ask your doctor about Cialis?
Because life can be full of interruptions. When the moment is right, you can be ready with Cialis.
The Chevy Dealer's 10th Inning Show has been brought to you in part by Culver's Restaurants, home of butter burgers and fresh frozen custard.
12-9 the final as the Cardinals beat the Cubs in 10 innings today, and we have our Culver's sweet defensive play of the game coming up. At the time, it was a pretty big double play in the 8th inning.
Yeah, that was a big inning. Neil Kotz walked the leadoff man, promptly picked him off first base, walked the next batter, then a base hit, but Ryan Theriot, as he has done throughout the early going this season, makes an outstanding play, snares a line drive, gets his feet back on the ground, quickly throws to Derek Lee for a double play.
Brought to you by Culver's Frozen Custard and Butter Burger Restaurants. So it's Carlos Zambrano tomorrow, and then you have Rich Hill and Ted Lilly, the lefties who've been tremendous against Milwaukee. And the key game may be that first game.
I don't think there's any question that once Carlos Zambrano gets his legs underneath him, starts to throw the ball the way that the Cubs know he's capable of, the way Ted Lilly, Rich Hill, and Jason Marquis have thrown the ball, that is a very formidable rotation.
All right, our next telecast of Cubs baseball, we'll have tomorrow's game on WCIU and Cubsnet as Claudio Vargas and Carlos Zambrano do battle on the mound, 7 o'clock Central Time. And then Game 3 of the series coming up on Wednesday. Ben Sheets and Ted Lilly. Great pitching matchup, 1 o'clock Central Time for the leadoff man for the series finale. So the Cubs looking for better results against the Milwaukee Brewers. Today, a wild offensive affair, and eventually the Cardinals winning it. 12-9 the final in 10 innings. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. We'll see you on the U tomorrow night and back on WGN Wednesday.
The tears, the talent, and the outtakes. American Idol Rewind. Saturdays on Superstation WGN.
That little house holds a cannon to signal the start of tonight's AFV and the end of all rollerblading.
Tonight on America's Funniest Home Videos, we blow the doors off this joint and let off a little steam. We can make you feel good all over, or we can break your heart. But we guarantee this is a night you'll never forget. It's AFV. And now, your host, the Commissar of Comedy, Tom Bergeron.
Okay. Want to welcome you to AFV. You know, this is the only show on television that offers this guarantee. You will laugh out loud at least once during this program. You will also groan, roll your eyes, and ask, what were they thinking? Now, usually for this kind of guarantee, you'd have to be watching C-SPAN.
You threw it kind of down.
Ever since the boomerang accident, Ray's been a little skittish.
Throw it down. Whoa.
Steven spent so much time getting ready for his bike ride, he forgot he doesn't know how to ride a bike. You can dress her up like Alice, but she'll always be Humpty Dumpty in her heart.
On the wall?
Does anybody have any idea? Trey, did you do this?
Yeah.
You did? Do you know how this may happen? You gonna clean this up?
Every now and then you find a fish who really knows his place in the food chain.
Did you catch that?
The farther away it is from hunting season, the more annoying this dog gets. His Parents better go get him before the dog gives the kid CPR. Even a dog knows nobody does paneling anymore. I'll be honest with you, I'm not the biggest sports fan. I can't quote standings or statistics, but I do believe in the power of sports, the power to bring people together for a common goal, the power to instill a sense of healthy competition, most of all, the power to make things go spectacularly wrong. A career in pole vaulting can be hard on the body, and even harder on the pole. People think baseball's not a contact sport? Ask the guy driving the van. It's been a lot of years since Dad was an extra in Xanadu. Even when she's not shooting, Debbie just has to be the center of attention.
I'm keeping that, the bottom of it.
I'm keeping that 10,000 when we win the video thing. Don't be thinking you get part of it. Just.
It was a good game, but the officiating was very unbalanced. That's so funny when it's happening to somebody else. There are two types of people in the world, those who can dance and those who can't. And guess which ones we've got?